traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
O'Shea clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tyree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
O'Shea clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tyree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
O'Shea clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
It's been something that you tee up for every single year. It's got to be 20 years, and it's been every single year. I don't think I've missed one.
It is the longest running professional wave sailing event in the world.
There are no foregone conclusions who's going to win this. It's cutthroat.
It's not an easy event. It's hard, harsh conditions.
It's on the out of control scale. It looks nuking out there. Make sail choice easy. You just go the smallest.
Down the line, reel to reel action. Wow, massive air time. Shooting down the section, looking for Goita. It's right on the buzzer.
Welcome to the Tiree Wave Classic 2024. This is the 40th anniversary of the longest running windsurfing event in the world. We are here at the main. As you can see, the most amazing series of the spirit. It's quite nice to take 20 knots from the southeast. On Saturday, it was a different story altogether, with 60 knots, force 10 blowing from the north, and the pros did their best.
Welcome to Tiree Wave Classic 2024! There can be only one. The legacy continues, 40 years and counting.
First impressions are that there's swell at the maze. It's looking pretty positive.
Day one at the maze, starboard tack, full power. Can't wait for it, eh? It's going to be carnage.
It's very windy. I can barely stand. Probably 50 knots, I reckon. Insane.
40 years, 40 plus knots, that's what you get. You wish for it, sometimes you get it. What do you think of our homegrown talent with Rory Somerville, Duncan?
His wave riding skill is pretty good. I mean, look at that. Really nice time top turn. That would probably be the highest scoring manoeuvre I've seen so far of the day. One. Nice bailout.
I said, well, you'll know it's gone good if my gum's still in, and I got it. So apparently it's gone okay.
Yeah! 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 Son of Lars, I believe there's a nice back loop from Coxey. That's what we want to see.
Nice reel to reel style that James has got. Hand right down the boom for the gusty winds here. He's a big powerful guy, James, but even then you can tell it's gusting hard when a big guy like that's reaching right down to the back of the boom.
There's loads of psych outs around the corner with the boys like, you're gonna die, well, that kind of stuff. But when I got around here, it was okay. Very, very windy. Don't let go of your kit. Letting go of your kit is a bad idea in these conditions.
There's Bubble lining up for jump there. Back loop, he'll be happy.
I did a nice high back loop and there was a clean landing, and I think that's really, really hard to do when it's like this. I'm thinking that's probably what edged me through.
But Lucas with a very nice wave there. Nice, sick bottom turn, top turn combo from Lucas there. Nicer wave as well, really teeing up nicely. Another sick hit, second hit.
Very Baker-esque sort of style, I think.
On this side of the sheet, you've got people who are not here. Like, there's a few people still on the ferry because with two ferries on and one ran later. But yeah, it'll be back on again tomorrow, or probably I'm looking at Monday now, I reckon.
I'm going, and if he's back here, he'll be here. If he's not, he's not. I'm just giving him courage.
Cheers, Dave.
That's what I'll go for the Masters. Is it?
Okay, Lucy, go for Nigel.
We were
So I'm here with the event organiser, William McLean.
White,
Which can
like the Rough Rest White, Clyde White in first place.
Oh, there we go.
Second place is yellow, which is Ben Harbour.
So there we are. We've just had the results of heat 12A and 12B, which is decided the last four in the semi-finals of the Masters. Willie, tell me a little bit about what's been going on today and how it's been looking, how they've been competing, and just bring me up to speed.
Well, we've been flying through heats at torrid rates and just trying to get as much done as possible so as to get as much progress. Obviously, with a huge fleet this year, 87 registered riders for this, there's a real pressure on the judges to try and get through as many heats as possible while the wind's blowing. So the Masters fleet being the biggest, we've rattled through a lot of the fleets there. We're now into the semi-finals with them, and it's not long now till we start integrating other fleets into the sequences. We've got ladies coming into the mix early afternoon, and then pro men's also entering the fray as well, so as to try and complete rounds 1 for Masters, pros, and do a number of rounds for the ladies today and get all that complete and move on from there.
Great, so we are going to be live for the rest of the afternoon. First of all, I'm going to just join into Nige. Nige, just talk me through this heats board and who's going to be going out and what we're going to see next.
On the Masters now, we've just got the last result in on this bracket here. So we've got Clyde Waite going through. He was a pro and he's now in the Masters fleet, and he won at Rossniger. He's a very happy chap. He's got his rash vest on back to front, but we can't do anything about that. Ben Harbour came second, which is a great result for Ben finally. Mark Henderson's won this event before and he's now in third, so he's dropped out. We'll go into this semi-final here, and we've got John Adrain, Olive Davis, Ian Gibson, who's not been at this event for about 7 or 8 years. He's come back with a vengeance. John McLawrence, you know how competitive he is. He came second or third in Rossniger. Big Davey Edmiston, Alex Rhodes, Clyde Waite and Ben Harbour Waite here. So these are going to be really hard fought semi-finals.
Great, there we go. I'm just going to see if I can find Clyde. Clyde, come here a minute. You're the current world leader. Yeah. We are live on the live stream. So, tell me how you're through into the semi-finals. Tell me a little bit about it.
I didn't think I'd do that. It looks good, and I think if you're free sailing, it would be good, but it's so gusty, and you get a jump and 2 wave rides in such a lottery, so I'm just pleased to get through, because I think now it's an even fight maybe between me and John McLawrence to maybe get an overall, but I haven't been sailing well, I personally think, and I've gone through, so I'm hoping that maybe I might sail a bit better in the next rounds and see how it goes.
There we go. You've got it from the tour leader at the moment in the Masters fleet. That's it from me. I'm going to go back in to do some commentary and over to the camera team to give you some magic.
Well, welcome to the Maze Beach on Tyree's west coast. It's been an eventful morning, guys, and we're now moving on to the Masters semi-finals. So, it's an interesting matchup. Big Davey Edmondson, a few years since he was back in Tyree. Clyde Waite, Ben Harbour, and let me just see who's our third here. Two Clyde Waites.
All up again.
Yeah. Well, I had a really nice wave, but then I just bear it in, and then I went. Then the kid went, and I went for a swim. Yeah, no. Well, you going from strength to strength? Oh, well, I'm just getting started, so I'll get warmed up now for it. Yeah. Ready for paddle out. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a long day at the beach.
I had a nice approach to a second week, but all stalled as I went round. I just lost the wind. It just flat.
Yeah.
I just keep
I'm not even trying a loop because I can't land them. I've landed 4. You know, you starboard system. Well, I used to be always starboard.
Right, so it is have to transfer.
No, yeah, and now I have to transfer to port. But you know, just keep practicing. Hopefully I can get a.
So here we go, we've got a bit of down the line action in first of the Masters semis. That looks to me like Davey Edmondson up and riding in the yellow bib there, just coming in towards the white water. A little bit light on the inside. You can see that on the other screen there we've got the Ezzy on white and just struggling a little bit in the shore break in the white stuff. So it's been a pretty steady morning, fairly consistent so far, a little bit up and down. And in red there, just coming off the top. That was a nice little bit of action there again. Alex Rhodes on the red bib. So we've got quite a progressive Masters fleet this year. Some real rippers out there with the older gents in the water. So just you can see that the riders are slowly but steadily losing a bit of ground now at this stage. Wind's a little bit light there on the inside and struggling to get planing. The current format is 1 jump to count, 2 wave rides. So, you know, if it continues like that, you're going to struggle a little bit for sure in terms of getting your jumps in, but kind of mid-range heat, 10-minute heat, 2-minute transition time this morning. And we've got some action, someone riding down the line here just as we're panning in, so as to have a little look at what's going on. And that looks like Big Davey spinning it around the backy, but he goes down quite hard on that one. And in white, Ben Harbour charging down the line there. Some nice bottom turn, top turn combos. And from the drone, nice shot now. Summer rider with a yellow helmet on there, heading out to sea. Really big advantage having the drone footage to zoom in on some of these guys. and just see exactly what the action is like out the back there. So we've got Clyde Waite in the green bib just there. No, he's okay. And again, Clyde is currently the front runner on the BWA Tour at the moment, having put in a stellar performance down in Rossniger in Wales a few weeks ago. So he is currently the man to beat in some ways, having put in that performance in Rossi, stamped his authority on the fleet, and is hoping to do the same again at the event in Tyree this week. There was a bit of concern about Clyde getting across with gale force winds on Saturday afternoon, but he managed to dock in the afternoon, so delighted to be here and consolidate his position on the current tour. So we're just looking to see whether he's got anything. At times you do have to be quite careful with your wave choice today. Some of them sitting up nicer than others, and definitely quite a bit bigger than others. It looks like Clyde's on quite a small kind of inside wave here, and that's not going to really achieve much for him on that kind of a wave. The judges are really looking for much better wave selection, so that's not going to score well for Clyde on this one. Not much power and struggling to keep the speed in the turns accordingly. But keeping it going, that's him into his second bottom turn, working the wave to the best of his ability right to the inside. And we're almost out of time on this heat. Last one off the top there for Alex Rhodes.
Hey,
We're going to go live in a minute.
are we?
Yeah. I'm going to ask you a question, you're going to tell me what's going on. About the women going out. So, I'm here with Robin Nicol, who is one of the judges who stepped out from the judging Hilux to stand here in front of the control box. So tell me what we're doing right now. What's the process? And I think it's women going out, is that right?
Yes, we just had heat 14A, 14B for the Masters. Just waiting on a result for that. Now we've got the first round of the ladies, so we've got 5 ladies.
Come and show me the ladies, where the ladies is.
Is down here, and because there's 5, we work on a slightly different system than the ladder, but they basically do rounds. It's very cool and the girls love it, so they're just doing the first round now and we'll see how they get on.
There you go, we've got the ladies are now integrated with the Masters. One heat of the ladies before we get the Masters final, and then the ladies, and then
I don't know what next really, I haven't been told, so just suited for the hip, there you go.
Okay, so moving on to the next heat, we have the first of the ladies' heats, and this one is interesting. It's a 5-man heat, so we can only display for 4. So we have Corey McFarlane, yellow, Ailey Sutherland, red, Leith Campbell in green, Kate Hatcher in white, and Georgia Stolliday on pink, which is a new colour rash vest introduction for this heat. And we'll go. So the heat is now live, and the judges are scoring. So red bib here, just progressing towards the beach, making a little bit of speed, trying to pick up on a first wave. And here comes first wave for red. So just picking up, unfortunately she's a little bit too close in even already. So that wave's just petered out behind. So we've got Leith Campbell, just picked up a wave on the outside there, riding down the line, radical off the lip, but unfortunately bursts right out the back of the wave. It's going to cost a little bit of time there for Leith. Leith, a past event winner on Tyree, and making good on that wave just there. So here we have on red Ailey Sutherland on the Goya kit, and just going for a first wave, but really close to the beach by the time she started on her ride there. So the wind really moderating right at the start of the ladies' heat here, making it very hard for the girls to find their way about the break and select the best waves that they can for the wave rides. Jumping seems to have dropped off completely, almost non-existent at the moment, just with a bit of a lull in the wind. Hopefully the girls are going to find enough so as to get some action there. So again, we've got Leith Campbell riding just behind the rocks just there, and finding a little bit of a wave. No disrespect to the other girls, but probably Leith and Corey are the top 2 seeds for this. Leith, a previous event winner here in Tyree, and Corey currently leading the rankings after winning Ross Niger. So successfully completed wave ride there for Leith, making her way back out, probably looking for a ramp, trying to get planing there now. And that's Corey, we're just seeing there on the new Simmer style sail, latest 2025 kit. Struggling to tell there, wasn't sure whether it was GA or Simmer, but that's one of the new Simmer 2025 sails, and Corrie in the yellow bib, making her way back out to sea. And that looks like our pink bib, which is Georgia Stolliday, I believe. Again, making her way out to sea. You can see that the girls are struggling, even though they're lighter riders. There's not a lot of wind in the sails and just starting to get going there. A little bit of planing action. Little jump there. Not sure that's enough to really capture the judge's attention.
I saw the sketchy back loop.
I saw I could blow my boot round my foot. I had to line the water to get it caught in there. If you come like that and pull my foot round. Tell you what, when I looked down I went, that's higher than I thought. That's all right.
So just focusing on the Leith here, just a little bit slow in the action and just consolidating our team here in the background so as to make sure that we've got the right riders in frame. We've got Leith now on a bigger wave of consequence there. You can see it's well overhead high, riding it nice, riding successfully there, a little bit of speed on the bottom turn, managed to carry the speed through the top turn there. Just as we drop behind the rocks you can see our rides continuing, so that's the second bottom turn. And again, Leith putting in a power of work here. Corrie out the back on the simmer style sail, making her way back out as well. No. That's good. Stick with Corrie for now and let's see if she does anything. We'll keep hunting for the others in the meantime. So at the moment, Shane, you look like you're quite high upwind on the beach. We just need to go a bit further down the beach. Because that's right in the upwind zone and that's actually a free ride sailor who's nothing to do with the comp. So we've got Corrie McFarlane on a nice wave, nice snappy off the top, but wipes out hard, goes down. Rig pointing back to the beach just there. So that was unfortunate. That was her first bottom turn. That won't be a scoring wave for Corrie. And let's hope she doesn't get too many more in the head before she can get back up and running again at that point. So we're just going to go to Sam, who's speaking to someone at the notice board.
Let's see.
So here we go. We now have the results of 14A, 14B, the last semi-final of the Masters. So let's go. Let's get it live on the radio from Robin.
Okay, so the results for Masters 14A and 14B. In first place, we have Alex Rhodes. Second place, we have Clive. Third place is Edmonton, and fourth place is Dan Harbour.
See my boom. I saw your boom. No, I saw your boom. So tell me how you got that. How did you do that?
Davey.
See the camaraderie down here. They all love each other. It's all great fun. The Masters all doing well. We've got with. Do we have a tour champion play potentially going on? Alex Rhodes broke his boom. Davey, we love you, Davey. You're not happy, Davey, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all good. It's all
Great.
good.
Okay,
It's all good.
there we go then. We're over on the live results. Back to you, Willie, in the truck.
So here we go, back to ladies again, and some of the girls just making progress back in towards the beach. Just commencement of a wave ride there for pink, which is Georgia Stoliday, but she goes down in the shore break. Looking a little bit further out the back, we're just picking up here on, yeah, that's Corey McFarlane with a yellow vest, new simmer style sail, and Corey's looking upwind, trying to pick off a better wave. She's really taking her time, looking for a bigger wave of more consequence so as to score better points. And Corey now picking up a little bit of speed. I think she's got a much bigger wave forming behind her, and she's looking to maximise points on a bigger set wave, so you can see it picking up now. Is she going to be able to do anything with it? It's starting to reform a little bit there on the inside, and as she bears off, she's going to try and bear off now, build the speed, turn hard back into the section, cracking off the top. These are good conditions for Corey as a local Rossniger girl. You know, kind of slightly cross on, wind from the left, quite similar to what she sails at home. Maybe struggling slightly with power though, she seems a little bit underdone so far in her heat. Leith definitely the contender to watch so far in this heat, I think. As we were saying the other day, very hard to tell without live scoring exactly what the judges are seeing. They've got the full panorama from up on the bank, and that was Leith in the background, just went down hard there as well, just at the beginning of a wave ride. And that's that heat gone.
Hey, Leaky! Is that out of the trailer?
Who's in this league? Out of the area.
And we're back to the Masters at this point and kicking off with the next heat. So the guys are just heading out at the moment. Let's see if they can make a little bit more of the conditions. It does look like it's freshened ever so slightly. People are starting to obviously. And you can see that this person who's on yellow on the simmer is just making their way out. My apologies, that was actually Clyde Waite in the white vest. And we have Alex Rhodes in green, Ian Gibson in red, John McLaurin's in yellow vest. So Alex Rhodes, also another top contender, come all the way from Cornwall and making a really good job here last year of his competition sailing. Placed highly and was a podium placer. So Ian Gibson, long-term visitor to the island, and again sailing really well at the moment and reaching these kind of advanced stages. So we've got Alex Rhodes, nice bottom turn, committed, heading down the line. And this is the Masters single elimination final. So this is a significant wave for Alex Rhodes to open up his account with. So we're now focusing on Clyde Waite, who's charging out to sea there, the white bib. Clyde, a simmer style rider, all the way up from the south coast, Bournemouth kind of area. And yeah, Clyde will be hoping for some good wave action here, so as to consolidate its position. The interest with the single elimination, of course, is that if the riders do go on to perform a double elimination, then their positions kind of hold from the point that they actually go into the double. And here we've got Ian Gibson charging down the line there, slightly older simmer sail, so quite easy to tell Ian on the water from that point of view, quite distinctive at the moment, but unfortunately falling off the back of that wave. Quite a small inside wave going on there. And we've got Clyde Waite on white, just looking back over his shoulder there, trying to see if he can pick up a set wave. Yeah, so that's John McLaurin's putting in some turns on that wave there. John trains a lot in the Canaries, really good jumper, but he's going to have to use his wave running skills here today. Clyde, unfortunately, not getting any joy with the waves, so heading back out to sea. And let's see if he gets any jumping in, but I think he's already out past the impact zone, so that's probably the jump out the window. So a little bit of a slow stretch just here in this Masters final. The guys are having to work a little bit. Winds drop just ever so slightly. That's Clyde Waite just picking up a wave on the outside there. A little bit more size possibly to this swell. So let's see what Clyde can do as this approaches the beach, starts to jack up a little bit. And we've also got Alex Rhodes on the orange. Here we're panning to Alex, and that's a lovely committed bottom turn. Nice rail action, holding his speed well. Just into the white water now. And now we've got Clyde setting up for his wave ride. That's a nicer one, picked up from the outside. And just charging down the line, a couple of interconnecting turns here. So that's going well. So yeah, Clyde with quite an impressive one there. He definitely picked that out to sea. And Ian Gibson also riding. Again, a slightly smaller inside wave, but a little bit bigger than his last one. So we get the whole panorama from the drone now. Nice way to pick the guys up. John McLaurin's almost looking like a little bit of speed, but he's just catapulted on his way out. Got over the handlebars there. And he's down in the whitewash. The forecast for today is for the wind to drop slowly as the day goes on, and we're starting to see the evidence of that now. The guys are definitely struggling a little bit also on the inside now, even though they're on bigger boards, bigger rigs this afternoon. So you can see Clyde, he's actually out through the breaker zone, but still struggling there. However, Alex Rhodes on the outside, playing hard. He's managed to find some wind there, and he's jibing for what appears to be maybe a slightly bigger set wave there. Alex has been picking off some of the best ones of the heat so far. So let's stick with Alex on this one, see how he goes. That was just passed under him. Now, did he stall and see something coming from behind that he was more interested in, or was that just a lack of wind? So we've also got John McLaurin's picking up a wave on the inside. Not a huge one, already broken, not a lot of power there, but John's managing to work it a little bit to the inside there. And we've got Alex Rhodes still working on that set wave in both straps, but John is continuing his ride down the line, managing to get some interconnecting turns. Had about 3 or 4 turns of that wave. Not the best wave we've seen, but at least he's managing to get the turns in. Alex in the meantime has transitioned and heading back out. Definitely a little bit lighter there. We've got Ian Gibson just turning onto a wave and dropping at the same time, but Clyde Waite on the other hand has found a bigger one out the back. So just managing to edge his way up past Ian Gibson, working himself into pole position to commence with his wave ride. Nice little backside setup and straight into his frontside turn. So Clyde making a real good job of this one here. This is a better wave of consequence, but just fluffed his timing and going down just there. Now that was a shame, because that was a bigger, more consequential wave, and we've just maybe clipped John McLaurin's with a nice clean forward loop. So the first real counting jump score that I've seen in this heat so far, and that definitely gives John a little bit of an advantage if he's managing to score on both sides of the board with the jumping and the wave riding. So a little bit slower action on this one, because obviously the wind has dropped ever so slightly, but nonetheless very capable, this bunch of masters. They've got all the tricks there, loops, frontside wave riding, nice with flow and continuity. Alex just picking up a small inside wave but not seeing the merit of more than one bottom turn. So he's out at this stage and heading back upwind, and you can see Clyde in the background just trying to pick up some wind and get back out through the break there again. On the outside, and we're looking now at John McLaurin's from the drone view. John's looking to see if he can pick up a wave of consequence here on the outside, so he's going to start pumping now so as to bear off down that wave, but unfortunately just passing under him. So unless he's seen something a little bit better looking upwind, you can see him looking over that shoulder there. Now here's a bigger wave coming from behind. You're going to see John pumping, pump, 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 and he's up and running on this one. So here we go, John's initiating his first bottom turn. Nice commitment, hits the foam. That's the first turn in a scoring wave. Remember, the turns have to be completed for the judges to actually score these. So that's only a 1 turn wave, because although he initiated the second turn, he actually fell off the back on the second top turn. So here we have Alex Rhodes picking up a nice bigger outside wave here again, but he goes down hard. Ian Gibson lining up a couple of waves back, and again this looks like one of Ian's better waves so far in this heat. Managing to hold a little bit of power and speed through the bottom turn. Keeping his flow going, working with the braking section of the wave, and that was much better from Ian. That's probably the best wave we've seen from Ian so far. Wind's definitely picked back up, I think, a little bit now. Seen a bit more action. Guys planing inside and out. And we're focusing here on Clyde, just picking up a little bit of speed, and he'll be looking for his next wave ride on the way back in again. So let's see what Clyde's going to pick up on. It looks like a slightly smaller inside wave this time. He's not waiting for the wave, so he's obviously trying to get his way back upwind again, possibly looking to enhance his jump score on the way out in the next one. So this is him jibing to the inside. Maybe he's felt a little bit of gust and thinking he can pump and get some planing speed and get off and going. But you can see a couple of the guys here planing this run on the way out. Wind's definitely picked up a little bit. And forward loop. Alex Rhodes. Very nicely done considering the conditions. Pretty light, but a fairly clean rotation. A little bit slow off the blocks, trying to get up and running again, but nicely executed just the same. So Alex attempting a turn onto the wave there, but regrettably just losing that wave there. Now a little bit further downwind, we've got John McLawrence. Wave riding just there, and this one he's initiated his turn, so this wave will count. Still a scoring wave at this point. Initiating his bottom turns and trying to work it all the way to the inside. Much smaller, flatter waves, so there's not going to be a high wave score off this regardless. But because he was wave riding before the buzzer, that counts for as long as he's wave riding, and that's us. That's the Masters Single Elimination Final. We'll bring you the results as soon as we can.
I'm down at the scoreboard box, and I can bring you the women's scores. You can see here that Corrie McFarlane came first with a 0.7 score, Leah Campbell second, Georges Holiday on third, Ellie Sutherland fourth, and Kate Hatcher fifth with 5. So, Robin, back to you again. I don't know when the ice goes as soon as we go live. Tell me what's going to happen for the rest of the afternoon. We've got another girls' heat going out. Is that correct? And then what happens after that?
We're just watching the ladies launch into probably a head high at the moment, which is quite exciting. And then we have a heat break, and then we're going to start the rest of the ladder from Saturday. Yeah, from the windy Saturday. So first up, we have Heat 8B, which is actually Alan Jackson and Arthur Carr. So that's going to set off to the next round of ladder, which will be quite exciting.
So when he says next round of ladder, what he actually means is that we're going to start back with the pros elimination. We did this on Saturday in the forced 10 conditions here at the Maze, and because Dave Horrocks and Phil Horrocks were still on the ferry because of the late ferry coming in, we're now starting this second part of the ladder. So we're going to go Alan Jackson, Arthur Cars, I think that is, and then we get back into the kind of some of the big lads. So it's going to be an exciting afternoon. What have we got conditions wise there, Nigel?
Well, the sun's still out, the waves are still up. As the tide's pushing in, the waves getting better, slightly down the way. So it's looking like it's building, getting better. Probably a little bit lighter than we'd like it, but competable conditions. And the girls are just going out now and making it look good. Yeah.
So there we are then. We're going to have one heat of this one. We'll bring the men's, the Masters results, and then we get into the pros. So that is going to be an exciting afternoon. And more commentary from Willie McLean.
Okay, so welcome back to the women's division, and this is ladies heat round 2. So basically with the ladies, because we've only got 5 competitors, they go again in a 5-man outing, with the judges judging all 5 at the same time and scoring accordingly. And at the moment we're focused on Ailey. That's Ailey Sutherland coming in towards the beach, initiating a first bottom turn. Regrettably, just with camera positioning, we are losing them behind the rocks occasionally, now with the tide pushing in, whereas earlier on today it wasn't too much of an issue and we were catching all the action. But the girls are tending to ride on the inside a little bit, and that's giving us just a little bit of problems when they're riding on the inside like that. So just looking at the outside, that's Georgia Stoliday. Just going down on the outside. And that looks like Leith on the inside. So Leah's just tacking on the outside there, getting ready to try and pick up a wave. You can see her checking over both shoulders, looking upwind, looking downwind, and trying to pick up the best wave possible. But we're panning across now, and that's Corrie with a wave on the outside. Picking up much bigger, much better. So some very nice riding from Corrie there, and Leith also picking up a nice wave on the inside. But definitely Corrie with this one, a bigger wave, more consequential, riding it well inside the section. But goes down just on that last bottom turn towards the inside, but probably already fairly significant points scored. Now we've got one of the ladies, that's Georgia, riding on the inside just there. Just get a glimpse of what was happening. So this is our first look at Kate. This is Kate Hatcher, one of our first competitions in the white bib on the old Agoya sail just here. Throwing in a turn, and she's going to be looking over her shoulders now, seeing if she can spot a wave. So we've now got Ailey Sutherland in red, wave riding on the inside there on the Goya kit. And Georgia Stolliday working her way, and this is the first wave. Oh sorry, I beg your pardon, Kate Hatcher. First wave for Kate. She's going to ride it, she's just working her way upwind there, but really needs to concentrate on her downwind riding and try and get some turns in. She appears to be coming in. Let's hope everything's okay. So, Leith Campbell committing into her wave here. A little bit fat in that first turn, but now starting to size up a little bit. And the big difference you see with the more advanced ladies is that full extension bottom turn, where the front lead arm is fully presented. As far out, as far forward, and at times down, committed into the radius of the turn. So here we go, focusing in on Corrie, a much bigger set wave there again. Corrie's really making a job of this heat this time. This is our second wave of consequence, bigger set wave. Unfortunately not able to do much with that one, and closed out a little bit before she could initiate her turn. A little bit more turning for Corrie now on the inside, but by the time it's reached that kind of size, it's not going to score highly with the judges at that point. Really got to be before it breaks and before it reforms, when it's more consequential. So coming back to Leith Campbell on the outside, looking over both shoulders again, checking out, see if she can pick up a larger set wave. Judges are looking for wave selection in the first instance, proximity to the breaking shoulder, and the radical nature of the turn. So the more radius put in and the more critically they're hitting the lip. But wave selection definitely does count. If it's a bigger wave of more consequence, that can have quite an impact on score. You know, you can hit a small wave hard, you can hit a big wave hard, but hitting a big wave hard carries more consequence, so hence carries a higher score as well. Now we get a look at Georgia Stolliday again in the pink vest, carving off downwind, just losing a little bit of power, a little bit of speed in behind the rocks there, but still up and riding. Looking across the break now from the drone, we can see this is Corrie making her way out to sea, and she's fully planing. A couple of ramps there, can she get a jump in? Let's see what happens. No, just a little bit flat, already too far out the back to have any kind of ramp to work with. Okay, now this is a nice view of Leith powering off the beach. Very reminiscent of some of the Gran Canaria footage from this summer, where you see the guys coming out through angle, hitting the ramps and going super high. Not that kind of wind or waves today, but plenty of potential there. And you can see Leith is picking up on a larger set wave of consequence now. Now a lot more power in the sail there. You can see her picking up speed when she wanted to. She just sheeted in with a backhand, and a really nice off the top for Leith. That's going to be a higher scoring top turn. And cutting into the white water there. Just having a look now, this is Ailey Sutherland making her way out off the beach in red. And now we've got bottom turn from Corey McFarlane. Can she make it count? Yeah, she hits the lip nice. Oh, cleanly off the top. Second turn in, and interlinking the turns and keep the wave and the speed going. That's good. Starting to run out of steam a little bit as the wave fizzles on the inside. But and we've got Ailey Sutherland just working her way out to sea, probably trying to get upwind a little bit, trying to get into pole position for another wave ride. And focusing on Leith Campbell now, heading out off the beach. She's got planing speed. Let's see if anything mounts up in front of her so as to give her an appropriate ramp for a jump. Already quite far out the back, but a little bit of air time kicks the tail out a little bit, so just trying to add a little bit of style into the jumping there. So that's us 3/4 of the way through this heat. And I've got to say, I think it's fair to say that probably front runners again would be Corey and Leith so far from what I'm seeing. Always hard to tell when you're not keeping a scoreboard or a clipboard in front of you so as to annotate what's going on, but they seem to be the leading wave performances so far in this. So that's Ailey Sutherland just coming back in towards the beach. Not got a wave of consequence. There is something behind her there. Now, here she goes, initiating a downwind bottom turn, but really running out of speed, struggling a little bit. She is pumping, is continuing to work, but this isn't going to be a high scoring wave just due to the small size of it and being an inside wave. So again, lack of consequence can penalise riders if they're not going for the bigger stuff. So looking back to the outside, and we've got Corey lining up for a wave, looking over the upwind shoulder, trying to spot what's coming. Upwind of her, we've got Leith Campbell heading back out to sea again, but we'll focus on Corey for the meantime and see if she can pick up something that she can work with. Looks quite nice out there. The sun's out now. That will make a big difference just in terms of general appeal. It was down around about the 10-11 degree mark first thing this morning, but mid-afternoon sun will help the riders just feel that little bit warmer in the water as well while they're competing. Corey struggling again a little bit with wind at this point. Looks like she's struggling to maintain her upwind momentum there and seems to be slipping off downwind a little, but she's in position on a wave now. Let's see if she commits to any downwind turns, but no, she's choosing to work her way back upwind on this one and maybe just trying to consolidate her position, get herself back upwind and maybe back a little bit more towards the peak of the wave further up. Not long left in the heat now, about 15 seconds to go. Let's just have a little scan around throughout the break and see if we've got any other action from the girls just before the end buzzer. And that is us for ladies round 2. Leith Campbell may have been up and riding on this one. Maybe we'll stay with her. Just see how this one pans out. She certainly appeared to be mid-top turn just as the buzzer went. Doesn't appear to be particularly interested in continuing to ride the wave, however. So that is us with ladies round 2.
What a fabulous day here at the Maze on Tyree. Look at that sun, wind, competitors all having a fabulous time out here. But come down to the important business of the day. We actually have a result from the Masters final. Nigel, do you want to come and take me through this Masters final?
Yeah.
And you can just take us to the scoreboard and reveal the drama of the day. Come on.
Yeah, massive upset, Sam. So in fourth place, Clyde Waite. I mean, he came here last minute, got the time off work. He's a school teacher because he was winning in Ross Nigus. This was his chance to take the sword, but he got fourth in the final. In first place, John McLaurin. So John is favourite now to take the championship, but all to play for, possibly with a double elimination. Were to note that Alex Rhodes came second, and Ian Gibson, who's not sailed this event for maybe 10 years, and he's just got a third in the Masters. Brilliant.
Well, it was amazing competition. We have the ladies out at the moment, and actually we are going to go very soon, going to go into the men's pros. But look, I've just seen Dave Horrocks up here. I can grab Dave Horrocks. Dave, hello mate, how are you? You are live, there's millions watching.
Brilliant. Hey Mum!
So
Happy
Dave,
birthday, Dad!
So Dave, talk me through, look. So we started on this side on Saturday, which was super windy, super strong. You guys are now on the second half of the draw and coming in. Is it an advantage or disadvantage for you to have had time off or to come late, or what's the...
Makes no difference. Makes no difference. It would have been fun to sail in 60 miles an hour and northerly winds, but at the same time, and that's a leveler for everybody, but you know, it's pretty well, there's plenty of guys who sail really well in these conditions as well, so yeah, it does make a difference.
Good conditions out there for you. What it's
yeah, 5.0, 85, full powered. What are we on? Are we doing two jumps, Nige?
Going to be 2 jumps for the pros.
2 jumps. That'll be interesting now because it's it's on and off. It's a bit fluky, but yeah, it should be doable. So yeah, should be all right.
So there we go. That's Dave Horrocks. He's always there's some amazing jumps, an amazing rider from North Wales. But anyway, that's it. All I've got right now. So I'm going to let you, let Willie take over.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
O'Shea clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
So, welcome back to Tyree 2024. If you're just joining us, we're at the halfway stage of today's competition. We've just finished with the Masters. We have a single elimination result. And now we're about to start the second half of the ladder of the men's pro fleet. But the second half means there was a first half, which happened on Saturday. Watch the rerun of that.
Welcome to Tiree Wave Classic 2024! There can be only one. The legacy continues, 40 years and counting.
First impressions are that there's swell at the maze. It's looking pretty positive.
Day one at the maze, starboard tack, full power. Can't wait for it, eh? It's going to be carnage.
It's very windy. I can barely stand. Probably 50 knots, I reckon. Insane.
40 years, 40 plus knots, that's what you get. You wish for it, sometimes you get it.
What do you think of our homegrown talent with Rory Somerville, Duncan?
His wave riding skill is pretty good. I mean, look at that. Really nice time top turn. That would probably be the highest scoring manoeuvre I've seen so far of the day. One. Nice bailout.
I said, well, you know it's gone good if my gum's still in, and sure I got it. So apparently it's gone okay.
Yeah! 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 Son of Lars, I believe there's a nice back loop from Coxey. That's what we want to see.
Nice rail-to-rail style that James has got. Hand right down the boom for the gusty winds here. He's a big, powerful guy, James, but even then, you can tell it's gusting hard when a big guy like that's reaching right down to the back of the boom.
There's loads of psych outs around the corner with the boys like, you're gonna die, well, that kind of stuff. But when I got around here, it was okay. Very, very windy. Don't let go of your kit. Letting go of your kit is a bad idea in these conditions.
There's Bubble lining up for jump there. Back loop, he'll be happy.
I did a nice high back loop and there was a clean landing, and I think that's really, really hard to do when it's like this. I'm thinking that's probably what edged me through.
But Lucas with a very nice wave there. Nice, sick bottom turn, top turn combo from Lucas there. Nicer wave as well, really teeing up nicely. Another sick hit, second hit.
Very Baker-esque sort of style, I think.
this side of the sheet, you've got people who are not here. Like, there's a few people still on the ferry because we're 2 ferries on and 1 ran later. But yeah, it'll be back on again tomorrow, or probably I'm looking at Monday now, I reckon.
No. So there we are. What a fabulous highlights that was, and what a fabulous day of competitions. Well, I am joined by last year's winner, Lucas Meldrum. Lucas, that was pretty out there on Saturday. Tell me what it was like to be out there. I mean, you did some amazing top turns, you did some great stuff. Well, just tell me what it's like.
Actually, I think we got to the beach and everyone was like, it might be a bit too windy. But I had actually just such a good time out there. I stayed after I finished the heat. It was a free sail with cocktails as well. But I think for me, it was down to the gear choice. You know, the right gear fits. Didn't have a quite small enough sail, and obviously then it's really windy, but I was on the 3
So we're now into the second half of the draw. We're starting that with the men's pro now. We're going to get to the kind of same point. Yeah. I mean, you're hoping to win again here this year. What's your expectations? What's your thoughts?
Yes, it's a bit weird. 2 halves separately on 2 different days in different conditions. So it's going to be good to just get to see scoring well and stuff. And then get together and in my wetsuit.
Well, great, you've been a brilliant champ for last year. Let's hope you get it for this year. Right, I'm going to carry on. Well done you. All right, and I've also got Bubble. I've got Andy Bubble Chambers here, the legend. Great back loop the other day, right? In those force 10s.
Yeah, that was difficult. I was glad that one came round.
We just showed that on a VT here. Yeah, it looked pretty good. One of the highest scoring jumps, right?
Was it?
I think
nice.
so.
That's nice to know.
So today, very different conditions, right? To the other day. How does that work? Well, I think we discussed it afterwards. Who does it favour?
It favours pretty much everybody that doesn't live on the south coast of the UK, to be honest. Definitely favours the guys from Ross Niger. So all of the Horrockses, those guys, even the guys from Scotland, to be honest, they all prefer port tack to starboard tack. But to be honest now, after all the years coming up here and doing Ross Niger events, I'm pretty much used to it now. So I just have to deal with it.
Have a great afternoon. Keep watching. So this is where we are. You can see that we're just going to start down here. We're going to start. This is the first heat that we're going to start. Alan Jackson and Arthur Cars for the last place into here to face up with Luke Smith, Scotty McDowell and Phil Horrocks. But first, it'll be 11A and then 11B. It's all on.
Okay, so live now. We have got the second half of the first round here in Tiree Wave Classic 2024. We've got from Scotland Alan Jackson on the dark Severn. He'll be in the green jersey. And we have Arthur Cars from Germany on the white rash vest. He's on your screen right now. Alan Jackson out the back there, just heading out. Conditions are slightly onshore, probably 5 metre weather and some head high sets. So not the storm conditions we had for the beginning of the pros 2 days ago. Yesterday was a calm day and swells around about the same size in the sets as the first day, but obviously the wind nowhere near as strong. Port tack as well today, so wind from the left. Nice sunny day. We just run through quite a few rounds of masters, and head judge Adrian is now putting on the pros. So back loop there from Arthur going down, and Alan Jackson coming in with the green jersey, as I said. Go front side, just enough angle in the wind for it to be decent wave riding. As you can see, a nice little hit there. Tide, it's about mid-tide at the moment, so quite good conditions really. Wondering what it's going to be like as it comes in. The wave gets a bit fatter here at the Maze on the west side of Tyree. So sort of blessed really. We've got conditions, looks like the conditions are going to hold with the surf for the rest of the week, and the wind's on and off each day, so maybe Tomorrow we're looking like a strong day, and the day after light winds. So looking like we're going to get through the results in this Tiree Wave Classic, which is pleasing for all you viewers out there. So I think they were doing a little interview before there, and if you might have seen on your screen, Alan Jackson has now got 2 waves. He had 1 wave earlier in the heat. I think he's definitely ahead on points with his 2 waves. He had a crash forward as well, and an under-rotated back loop from Arthur. So 2 waves, 2 jumps to count, 12-minute heats in the beautiful island of Tyree. We've got some riders warming up there in the background out of the competition area. We're on the south end of the beach. So there he is, Arthur, just tacking on the inside. It will get a bit lighter on the inside. I don't know if the head judge will maybe drop it down to 1 jump as the tide comes up a bit. It's been a bit up and down all day. 20 to 27 knots roughly is the wind today, so sailors going for 5 metre sails. We're just looking for our riders out there. There's Arthur on our screen now heading out. Looks a bit underpowered. There you go, he's got some wind in his sail now. Coming upwind, looking for a wave to ride. Looking pretty chilled there, relaxed with 1 hand on the boom. Yeah, he's eyeing up this section now, bottom turns into that. Oh, bit of backwash it looked like there, just flipping him off the board. So yeah, this is the end of the first round. We actually did something quite unusual because of a delay on the ferry to Tyree. We couldn't get the riders in the bottom half of the second round or the bottom half of the first round going the other day. So we went ahead and ran the first round because the conditions were nuking, and we're now going to run the bottom half of the first round and the bottom half of the second round. So coming up in the heat after this, we got the Horrocks brothers, so some good level of sailing. I think Phil Horrocks ranked 2nd at the moment, from last year's 2nd, and first in this year 2024 after winning Ross Niger. So nice hit there from Arthur. Oh, he just goes down. We seem to have lost Alan Jackson at the moment. Perhaps he's doing a sail change. But as I said, I think Alan is probably leading the heat anyway with 2 completed wave scores and an over-rotated forward loop. There he is. Back in the screen, Alan Jackson there, a Scottish rider from the mainland. Been around for some years, very good on the racing circuit back in the day. Now a father of 2, I believe, so probably doesn't have too much time on the water. Okay, Arthur up and riding. He needs to get some scores on the board. There's a complete turn, completed. Second turn. Okay, well he's getting scores on the board. It's not going to be a big score, that one. We go into the medium range, probably low side of the medium range. Just generally like 3.5 to 6. So you like to break the scores up generally as a judge into low, medium and high or excellent range. Excellent range is so 6.5 to 10 point level. You need to do something pretty special to get up into that range. We have seen some 360s and goiters whilst the boys were warming up today, so with the higher level riders. Let's just hope they get some good conditions, some nice sets rolling through. Looks a bit quiet this heat at the moment. So Alan Jackson setting up for a wave. He's definitely going to get one nice hit into that section there. Yeah, nice. Oh, he goes down. So we are approaching the end of this heat. Okay, that is the end of the heat between Alan Jackson and Arthur Kars from Germany. From what I saw and from what you saw on the screens, I think that Alan Jackson would advance from that. I think they're struggling to get the two jumps, so I don't know what the head judge is going to do, whether he'll keep it or extend the heat. So next up, we've got a big heat coming up. Dave Horrocks from Rosniger, North Wales, and Finn Mellon from the Dingle Peninsula in Ireland. So these conditions should suit both of them. They're port tack riders, and Finn Mellon, excellent rider on port tack. Should have those tackers dialed. I've seen him do plenty of those in the warm-up. So Dave Horrocks will be on the yellow rash vest and Finn Mellon on the red rash vest today. Starting in 15. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're off. There it is. Okay, Finn Mellon there, pumping to get a bit of board speed. Looks like there could be a ramp. Will he get a jump? Oh, foot out of the strap. Pushing it a bit much. And Dave Horrocks out the back on the simmer with a yellow jersey. Orange and blue simmer. Horrocks looking for a wave. Just lining up for this first wave as he drops into it. Just taking it easy on that first wave. Coming round the rock there. That wave, the camera position, but looked like he completed 3 turns on the wave. Bit wobbly, just warming up. in the heat. There's Finn now on the outside. Oh, a much more aggressive turn, sliding the fins out the back there. Yeah, we need to probably move that camera angle. Oh, you're going to the drone now. Yeah, so as I said, the conditions are a bit tamer than 2 days ago when we started the pro round. I think Finn Mellon will get rewarded for that first turn, really pushing hard there. Okay, Finn on the way out, pumping, lining up for something. Under rotated back loop. He looked a bit underpowered going into that one. Looks like the wind has either eased off or a little bit blocked by the load of rocks we've got to the south of us. So Dave Horrocks now lining up for a wave, his second wave. I think they're on 5 metre sails. No, just tacks out of that. Didn't line up for him. Just 3 minutes into the heat. So both got one wave on the board. Finn with that crash back loop. Dave bottom turns into a section, slightly mistimed. Maybe get a little tag on the end, and Finn on the other screen with a better turn again. Finn going up into the section and just completes that. So, oh, a nice little tag on the end there from Dave. End of the way for Finn. So good start from Finn on that wave, and a nice finish from Dave. Probably be similar sort of scores in the medium range. Still haven't seen anything too dynamic yet. So Finn Mellon on the way out. What's he seeing? A ramp there, maybe a little forward. Yep. Well, slightly wet. Get scores knocked off a bit, but completed the rotation. And Dave coming up behind him. Yep, with the yellow vest. Well, he looks pretty powered up. Obviously didn't have a ramp on the way out, so no jump score yet for Dave. Finn with a wet back loop and a slightly wet forward, so he's not going to have massive scores on the board. So in the pro level, the forwards, sort of that sort of level forward on the British Tour, he would probably score around about 3 points, I would imagine. Yeah, as I said, judges looking for 2 jumps and 2 waves. So I think that's fair enough. 7 minutes to go, and Finn's already had 2 attempts. 1 landed and 1 crashed. Both back and forward rotations. Judges looking for different jumps, not the same jump. Which makes it a bit more tricky. Obviously, if you want a back loop, you need a steeper ramp to get the rotation. So you need to be slightly more selective for that. So following both the riders there on the left hand side of your screen, you can see Dave Horrocks will have priority on this wave. Finn will have to back off. There you go. Hard to judge what the wave's going to do. There's quite a lot of mixed wind swell with this small ground swell, so waves can come up underneath the ground swell. Here he goes, Dave bottom turns up into the section. Nice little tag. Nice flow back into the next turn. A little bit weak that turn. Holding on. You might get another little hit on the inside with the reform. Comes over that lump. No, I think that's all we're going to see from Dave. So one nice hit there at the beginning of the wave. And it looked like Finn probably tacked out of that wave. And there he is on another wave. Bit of a mush burger, that one. Bit fat. Managed to get quite vertical on that hit there. Yeah, this side on shore, it's hard to keep the power in that top turn. It's a nice hit, Finn. And a little tack backside hit. Well, from what I've seen, I would say that Finn is milking these conditions and will be rewarded more points from the judges. We missed the very beginning of that wave, but I think it was a bit of a mushy sort of wave out the back there. So making the most of that wave. Probably coming in to line up for his jump now, Finn, and Dave Horrocks out the back. Still going out. Just under 5 minutes left in the heat, so I should think Dave would be hoping that the wind's going to pick up and he can get his jumps in the bag. Can be quite tactical sailing a wave heat. You want to come upwind maybe if you haven't got your jumps, so you can bear away with more power and speed for the ramps. As you can see, they're not super powered up. Yeah, both coming upwind there. Just edging him sway upwind, Dave, hoping the set's going to roll in. Time ticking away, under 4 minutes left now. It's like Dave is coming upwind, perhaps looking for a jump. Here he goes, bottom turns into the wave. Nice hit off the top, sliding the fins round. Wave still peeling off, little tag at the end. He comes over the next wave. I don't know what the judges will do with that. That is just the 2 turns on that wave. It does look difficult for those jumps now. Little donkey kick. They are struggling for the jumps. So will Horrocks get a ramp? He's got enough power and speed. Maybe he'll go for a flat water forward to get the points on the board. Oh, nice tweaked tabletop there. Judges will like that, really clean. Probably the best jump we've seen, to be honest. So with 2.5 minutes left, and there's Finn. Oh, bosh. That is what you want to see. Really nice section, head high section. He just smashed it. Went right into that real vertical. I mean, it doesn't have to be that they get multiple turns. The judges might reward one massive hit like that more than just 3 weak hits. In fact, they should. So I would say that Finn Mellon would be way ahead on wave scores now, and Dave Horrocks probably ahead on the jump scores. So this heat would be tight. Like I said, they don't really reward jumps if they're not landed in the pro division, unlike the Masters where they do get points if you crash an attempt to jump in the Masters. So Dave Horrocks, nice vertical hit, a little bit late and goes out the back. And with the time ticking, 1 minute 19 left, Horrocks is struggling. And there goes Finn in the background. Oh, I thought he was going to go forward then. Didn't pull the trigger on that one, Finn Mellon. He needed that jump as well, just to secure his place advancing through this round. We're in the last minute now, so unlikely that Finn's going to get another jump. So if Dave Horrocks goes out and lands a clean jump now, and he's on the way out, Finn Mellon could be in trouble. He's got the power, and there's the ramp. Yep. Oh, lovely pushy. Bit wet. Still in the straps, so interesting. Not a high scoring jump, but he's got his 2 jumps in the bag now, and they're both dry-ish, you know. They're going to get points. And Finn with the tacker. I told you he could do the tackers. Yep, I've seen him in the warm-up doing them. We have got a close heat on our hands. Boys have done well. Conditions not really firing, so congrats to them for pulling off a few tricks like that. Good work, Finn. And Dave landing 2 jumps, 2 variation of 2 jumps, push loop and the tweak tabletop. So we'll wait for the results to come through. We haven't got live scoring here. I'm just giving you an idea of what I think of the scores, and I think it's going to be super tight this heat now. Because bearing in mind, you know, you've got the maximum of 10 points to score on the jump, so I would have thought Horrocks has probably got, 20 points on the jumps, 10 points maximum for each jump. So Horrocks could have probably, you know, 10 points accumulative 2 scores, and with Finn Mellon just having a wet forward, I don't know if it's going to be enough, even though he has better waves. Yeah, unless we've missed something there on the jumps from Finn, I think Dave Horrocks might have that. But as Ben Provitt says, you never know. It's all down to the judges. And unless you're actually scoring, it's even hard to tell from the beach with a tight heat like that. So next up, Ben Page lives in Cornwall, just up the road from me, and Ian Ross just down the road from me in Cornwall. So 2 Cornish boys. Ben Page is a doctor and Ian Ross is a sailmaker. Ian Ross will be on the simmer. White rash vest, and Ben Page with the green rash vest. That's the start of the heat now. So we've got the Goya, Ben Page on the Goya with the green rashy, and this is Ian Ross, Chucky as we call him. Ben Page setting up. It's a nicer angle. So a bit lower down the camera there, so you can see exactly what they're riding. There's the rocks of Tyree. Looks quite light. Yeah, gusty wind today. So we've got both riders in our picture at the moment. Ian Ross with the helmet on out the back. Ben Page on the inside on the Goya. Ben Page tacks onto a wave. What's he seen? Has he seen any scoring potential? Looks like something lining up. Looks like a little set coming in there. He's just looking over his shoulder there. Maybe he doesn't want this first one. Just stalling. Feet out the straps. Yeah, back in the straps, looking for this second wave. Here he goes, lining up for it. Just hangs on the top of the wave there, eyeing up the section. Here he goes, drops into it, a few pumps, not much power there. Oh, up into the section. Quite a nice line he drew on the wave there. So it looked like one nice turn there for Ben Page on his first wave score. And there's Ian Ross tacking out to sea. 9 minutes left, so 12-minute heat. Not much room for error, certainly not on the jumps. Ian Ross there, just coming in on a swell, side onshore. Looks like it's gone a tiny bit more onshore from that angle on the camera. Looks like he's picking up a swell. No, he's going off the back of that one. It's really hard to pick them, like this mixture of wind swell and ground swell. I think we got about 1.7 at 11 seconds on the ground swell, and a 7-second wind swell mixing in with it. That was Ben Page just tagging a bit there. The white water, not going to be scoring too many points for that sort of riding.
Just as a little one, see in the back of the truck, could you go and have a look and tell me what that sail in Masters in the back of it?
Well, we're just waiting for something to happen. Sorry about the radio silence here, but not much to talk about. Ian Ross coming in. Yeah, that's a nice angle. Well, he's powered up for riding, picking up a wave now. Yeah. No, he didn't like it. Oh, it's wiggling. It's really not much scoring potential there. I think the wind has dropped. I don't know what the head judge is going to do. But, yeah, they're struggling, it looks like. Definitely not flying around. I mean, it looked like it was kind of on the edge for the last heat and probably dropped off. With the tide coming in now, you're getting a bit more lee of the wind with the rocks. Ben Page, bit of power. There we go, forward loop for Ben Page, just lands that. So, I mean, it is possible to get your jumps in the bag, but not easy. There's Ian Ross. Floats one off the top. Coming upwind there, scores on the board for Ian. It's a pretty tight little sailing area there. They're having to come up in between two sets of rocks to get back upwind for the jump. Maybe Ian's coming in to change sails. Something's not right. So it looks like if we are focusing on Ian Ross, that he's either going for a rig change or he's had enough. I don't know. Perhaps he's going to go and have a little moan at the judges. I'm used to that. Well, on the right hand screen we've got Ben Page, who's still flying around, so oh no, there he is. Yeah, nice hit there from Ian Ross. It wasn't Ian Ross that was coming in to complain at the judges. We were focusing on the wrong guy, so they're both riders still out there. Yeah, there he is, water starting there. So from the drone shot there, we've got Ben Page with a ramp, nice looking ramp, and goes for a backy, doesn't stick it. But he seems to have way more power in his sail. than Ian Ross. There's Ian there heading out. And under rotates his back loop. So they're really struggling, they're pushing hard to make these jumps, these riders. Here we go, Ben Page picking up a wave. Looks like quite a nice wave, this one. Coming upwind. Ben Page bottom turning into the section. Little mid-face turn. Not much power on that wave. Just going to jack up on the inside though. Little bowl section there, is there? No, just stays with it. A couple of carves. And that's the bowl section he wanted to hit, that one down there. But with these side onshore winds, probably didn't have quite enough power in his sail to bottom turn into that. Ian Ross on our screen there, just jibing. Okay, Ian Ross. What's he got? Coming upwind. As you can see, it looks like a wave, but there's a mixed swell, as I keep saying. That one is going to double up over the next one. Okay, just backed off that one, seen one behind him over his shoulder, which he likes the look of. Got a bit of momentum there. Sheets in, little tag, backside tag, into the front side. Whoa, struggling, little vertical hit. Not much power in the sail there. 2 minutes 30 left. Ian Ross water starting on the inside. And Ben Page coming in. Conditions look tricky. Yeah, it's very different to 2 days ago when it was almost too windy to sail. And now the guys look like they need more power in their sails. I wouldn't be surprised if Phil Horrocks is rigging up a 5.7 right now. Probably got a 90 litre board as well. He's up. Next heat will be Phil Horrocks. There we go, Ben Page. He's got power. He's got power. He's got a ramp. Yeah. And completes a forward loop. So Ben Page getting points on the scoreboard. A clean forward loop there. Just showing it is possible to get those jumps in. 1 minute 10 seconds. Just over a minute left in the heat. See Dave Horrocks just coming up to have a little interview after this heat. He'll probably tell you how difficult it was out there. I would imagine, by the look on his face, he did advance. Okay, 40 seconds left in this heat. Here we go. Ian Ross on a nice size wave. Goes backside into it. It's closed out, so he's only going to get a white water hit. Backside into front side. Quite a nice combo, and a tabletop wet there for Ben Page. So, you know, like I said, asking for 2 jumps, 2 waves. If Ian Ross isn't on the scoreboard with his jumps landed, no matter what he does on the waves, he's in trouble. And Ben Page trying to squeeze out a back loop at the end there, but I think that will go to Ben Page from what I saw. So 3 men's heats completed now. This will be the last one in the second round. I wonder if the head judge will keep going. forecast isn't bad for tomorrow, but Tyree's quite fickle with the swell.
So there we are, great commentary from Duncan Coombs. I'm now here with, can bring you the results of 11A. It was between Dave Horrocks and Finn Mellon, and I'm here with the winner. Let me reveal the winner. Da-da-da! Dave Horrocks, there we go. Dave, as Duncan said, it was difficult out there. Tell us how difficult it was.
Yeah, it was quite up and down, wind switching a little bit from side shore to side on a little bit, and waves a bit hit and miss as well. So yeah, it's not easy, and trying to find a jump and be powered up full gas on the way out to find a decent jump is difficult. And now as high tide's coming in, we're getting a backwash off these rocks here as well, and that's messing with it all as well, so making it a little bit more tricky, but same for everybody.
So Duncan said he reckoned that Phil will be rigging a 5.7. What's he rigging? What were you on, and what's Phil rigging?
I was on a 5.0 and my 92. Phil's out on it. I think he's not up for another 3 or 4 heats, but I think he's on his 5.3. It feels like it's getting lighter, but then there are strong gusts coming through. So who knows what to rig?
Anyway, congratulations, you're through to the next round. That's exciting, eh? Yes. All the way.
Thank you.
There we go. Back to you, Duncan. It looks like it's going to be a fun afternoon. Next up, Luke Smith and Scotty McDowell, and then Phil Horrocks and Alan Jackson.
Yeah. With that 7 metre.
It might be Scott or Luke, but I'm going to be.
Is it a 7 metre or something like that?
That's what you need.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, we're back on live. Head judge has switched to women's heat now, so this will be the third women's heat of the day. He's running all of the women competitors in the same heat, doing multiple heats or multiple rounds of that. And so we have in yellow, on our screen right now is red, which is Ellie Sutherland. Probably pronounced that wrong, Scottish name. Elia. What we've seen already today is Corrie McFarlane absolutely nailing it. Level super high. I believe she trains in Tenerife. She was going up into the excellent range on the wave riding and sticking nice forwards, tabletops, so her level is super high. She seems to be battling out with Leah Campbell, also a high level. Leah will be in the green rash vest today. So on our screen now with white rashie and the helmet on is Katie. Katie Hatcher on your screen, just sailing out to sea. So just to let you know that there also is a fifth rider, Georgia Stoliday, in this heat. Her name is not up on your screen, but she is actually in the heat. So there they are, women's riders. Third round for the women today, and they've put on an excellent show so far. Yeah, as I was saying, Corrie McFarlane is currently leading after 2 rounds against Leah Campbell. Leah also had some amazing hits earlier in the heats, but lacking the jumps a little bit. Her jumping score is not quite as good as Corrie's. I mean, from what I saw from Corrie, she should definitely be thinking about doing higher level competition than the national circuit. And good to see another fresh face for the women. Don't know if anyone watched it, but I've seen the PWA live on the live stream with Ben Prophet commentating, and was very impressed with the level. Obviously, you know, the Moreno twins were the two that kind of raised the bar for women's windsurfing. Both of them now taking a back seat, especially Dider. Ibaya Moreno still competing, got second place in Tenerife. I don't think they opt to go to Silt, not surprised, living in the Canary Islands. Always a difficult place to sail, Silt. It's a bit of a lottery with that shore break. So in green here goes Corrie. Let's see what she can do. She's got lovely style. Look, bottom turns into that section. Nice little hit there. She might get another turn. No, back in the harness, coming back to the beach. So new judging criteria for women is just 1 jump, 2 waves to count for the women and for the pro riders as well. So good call from head judge there, Adrian. Just taking 1 jump out of the mix. I thought he would do that, or either extend the heat. So deciding just to go for 1 jump makes it a little bit less stressful for the riders. They can hunt the waves down a bit more. Just need 1 jump in 12 minutes. And obviously not to be too picky on the sort of ramp that they need to hit, because just the forward, although it's not as high scoring on the points, easier to land in these sort of conditions. So Corrie on the simmer sail there coming in. Like I said, one to watch for the future. She's just finished her university degree, so she'll have a bit of time on her hands now. Nice to see an English girl in the mix on a higher level. Maybe she'll choose to compete against them. Doesn't look like too much coming in, so she tacks off that, panning back out. Yeah, so with the red rash vest, we've got Clyde, is that Maya?
Lee. Oh, I don't know.
Leah. Yeah, it is Ellie. Yeah, Ailey. Sorry. Ailey from Scotland. Ailey Sutherland, there on the red rash vest. Trying her best. Currently in third place after this is the third round after 2 rounds already completed for the women, 2 heats. Sorry. So just joined by Clyde Waite here. Clyde, you just competed today. Just tell us how difficult it is or how much fun you had out there. I know you've done 2 heats. I think you advanced through your first and then got knocked out. Or made it through to the final, but probably didn't get the result you wanted. The result you wanted was obviously a win here. There goes Corrie. I mean, there's some size to that wave.
Yeah, it's I struggled in the final because I cramped up, so I was just hanging on in there. But it's quite hard because you get a bit of wind going out, and then right where you want some, it sort of backs off a little bit, and then you get the wind out back. But it's very gusty. It's sort of quite circular, swirling around, so it's quite hard to predict a jump. And a lot of times you're forcing the jump when you don't, you want a nice bit of power to get a bit of elevation, and your time runs out and you just have to try and do whatever you can. So quite tricky conditions. And also when you're coming in, usually you can tack onto a swell, but the swells seem to be coming in from 2 directions, so it's quite hard to get one and track it upwind. It seems to disappear and then it goes off the wind a little bit. But it's it's still good. You get some good smacks, some good hits, and if you're lucky, and you got the gusts right, you can get some good jumps. But it's definitely a good idea for them to go to 1 jump, because it's a bit of a lottery if you want to put 2 jumps in. Really, some people just won't get any.
Yeah, so good call there from the head judge. It was more windy earlier. Now it looks like with the tide coming in, it's made it a bit lighter on the inside. So just the 1 jump for both the women's and the pro men fleet, which will come up next. Running out of time here in the last minute. So there we go, end of that heat, the 3rd women's heat of the day. Like I said, they're doing them as rounds, and then they will discard. I think they're hoping to do multiple rounds and then they'll discard their worst results. But right now it is definitely Corrie and Leah Campbell, Corrie McFun and Leah Campbell, who are clearly ahead of the rest of the fleet. Yeah, so that was ladies round 3. As I said, we are going into pros 12A. So pros 12A. It's Luke Smith and Scotty McDowell. Yeah, we're just having a little interview with Phil Horrocks, currently ranked number 1 on the British Tour. Going over to Phil shortly.
Bubble. I ain't going like that yet. So, Oh,
We will be live any minute.
Did you get yourself?
How are we looking?
There we go. Hello, I'm with Phil Horrocks, the leader of the tour so far. About to go out, right, Phil?
I was just working out my heat. They slipped in a girls' heat just in between, so I had a mild panic when I thought it might have been me, but it's not.
So just listen to Duncan in the commentary. He reckoned you might be going on a 90 litre and 5.7.
Yeah, 5.3 and then 90, 92.
So
Quad 6, all the onshore gear, the big stuff. So it's solid. There's enough angle on it to get some good, nice waves, but the jumps is going to be tricky. But we'll see.
And your brother's good. Your brother's got through, right? That was a difficult round against Finn. Did you watch any of it?
I saw all of it, and yeah, it was close. I mean, we were kind of scoring it between ourselves, and we thought Dave maybe by just a point or so. I think his second jump helped him through. So he'll be happy.
So anyway, on to... Was it? I can't believe that. No, you're not the Horrocks boys. Nervous. Anyway, have a good one. Who are you up against?
I'm up against Alan Jackson, who stormed his first heat.
Right, okay.
Yes.
So there you go.
And he's been doing nothing but giving me jip about what he's going to do to me over the next 12 minutes.
He has been quite shouty this afternoon. Hello, Alan. How are you, mate? You're live on the stream. Don't swear. Say something nice.
Well, welcome to Tyree.
There you go. That's it.
All I've got, it's not.
We're going to leave all those mad people while they start the competition and get back to Duncan in the studio.
Luke Smith. And local Scotty McDowell there with the helmet on, just flying the Scottish flag. Scotty, believe it or not, in the pro division is late 50s. I'm not exactly sure how old he is, but he rather than doing the Masters, he thought he'd sail with the pros, and deserves to be in their fleet. He can land back loops and forward loops consistently. Been around the block a few times. Used to sail with him up here back in the day, many decades ago. Still keen as mustard for it. Don't know how he gets away with it, really. So looking a bit light there. Ah, there's the famous John Carter on the rocks, shooting the action. He's probably hoping for a bit more dynamic action than this. So yeah, Scotty McDowell just edging his way out over the white water there. I don't know much about Luke Smith. A new name to me. Clyde. This is Luke Smith here. On the Severn. He looks quite handy, quite fluid. Yeah, if you could give us a few words about Luke Smith.
Yeah. Well, Luke's actually quite a consistent competitor. Does the pro fleet quite often, and yeah, he's I think it's from the east coast, but he always gets through a few heats. He's got some slick wave riding and so on. I don't know what size sail he's on there, but he's against Scotty McDowell, isn't he? Yeah. I mean, Scott McDowell. He's been on the water since about yesterday. He probably hasn't come off it. He'll always be the first person. You'll arrive at the beach, it's still dark, and you can just see the glimmer of his sail. So I think it's about 59 actually. Yeah. And but he's getting better. He's still getting better. Like this morning, he was doing some sweet back loops and some lovely wave riding. So I'm expecting to see some good things for him. He said a few years ago that he used to win the Masters fleet all the time, but he said there weren't as many as there are now, and he wanted a bit more challenge of going in the pro fleet. And he's doing the old boys proud, that's for sure. So Luke's still out there. You know, you're there and you feel like you've got loads of power in your sail, and you're sort of trying to get planing, but it's not going off all the time. So you'll be waiting for a gust or a swell to tack on, and so on. Yeah. I'm not sure where Scotty is at the moment. Have we got Scott anywhere? I saw him getting a bit. Oh, there he is. Hope he's all right. He got a bit of a drill in, and that's the last thing you want before you start your heat, because you're panicking, you're breathing, and the waters are breaking over you. There he is. He's like tracking up a swell, waiting for one to come in. Sometimes it's better to actually stay off the plane, and then you can maybe a bit like surfers do, you wait for the sets to come in, because if you're playing in and out, you could actually miss them. So he looks like we've got Luke Smith on the wave here. He's probably waiting for it to jack up a little bit and get a bit of power, because they're actually quite soft, and then he'll bear down the line, and hopefully he's looking for a little peak to hit, get a bit of speed, get as critical as he can. But that's often what happens here, it backs off a little bit, but then you can see the one downwind which he's going to try and get. Nice turn there, cut back into it, and he's probably going to keep turning inside. That's a bit of a shame he came off the back there, so probably maybe the judges take a few points off that, because it's nice to keep it all the way in. And now he's got to get back out, which sometimes is a little bit tricky. So are we on Scotty now? Okay, so we've got Scott McDowell here tracking upwind on his nice simmer gear. He's got a new board, so you can see there's a pretty decent swell there. The question is, do you keep going upwind, or do you sort of stall it a little bit and try and stay where it's a bit steeper? Because you can see as he's going upwind now, the wave's kind of gone, which is really annoying. Oh, duck jibe. He's decided to come off that one, which is probably a good move, and stay upwind and then try and find another one to come back into. So we've got Luke again going out there. Looks really light now. I don't think I've seen either get a jump. Luke's got a nice handy back leap. He gets going quite quickly. So Luke's tacked onto a wave there. Let's get a nice bottom turn into the white water there. So that's quite critical. That was decent. And is he going to keep going? Yeah, he gets another hit. At this point here, you're kind of wondering, should I just get off the wave, or should I just keep getting another turn and take off the white water? But you never sort of thing you might not do free sailing, but I think in competition it's always quite good to try and get another little hit, and then you track the wave back up, wind tack, and go out again. So Scotty's going out. He's trying to find a bit of a swell to jibe on. There's a good one there. So he's noticed that. He's going to jibe on it, keep his speed up, and hopefully stay on it, not fall off the back. Oh, unlucky. But there's another one behind it. So sometimes actually the one behind it's a bit better. So maybe he's going to pick this one up. Okay, so it's quite a decent one, because it's picked him up a decent bit of speed, and he's decided to go a bit earlier than last time, which is a good move. Keeps some speed up. That shows the judges you've chosen that wave. So now he's going to go, you see a little bit of double hit there, but he's got the speed up. He's going to hit that. A nice little top turn coming off there, and he's got to get another hit now. He's got to try and get out of that white water onto the face. And it was a decent hit and a decent sized wave. The judges like bigger waves over small waves, and maybe one more critical hit than a smaller wave with a few little tiny heats. So that was a decent score for Scotty. Having a little breather probably, and so now he's got to turn that board around and get back out. We haven't seen any jumps yet. Oh, there we go. Just maybe he heard me. Did he hear me? Maybe he heard me. So he's got a decent forward in there. So forwards are probably some of the easier jumps in a way to do here, because you can, when you got one jump, you can kind of get them off not too much. But even if you don't have too much power, you see he's not even planing out there. Scotty's got a good back loop on him, so he'll be looking to get a decent backy going if he can hit the right ramp there. There's a decent wave, will he be able to tack on that? It's probably going to break, so it's a good job to leave that, I think. What's he going for there? Yeah. There's a swell. Do you tack on that? I don't know really. No. So I think Luke's probably leading this heat, because he's got a jump, he's got some decent wave rides, so he's filling his scorecard up all right there. It's 12-minute heat, so that actually gives you a chance to actually, hang about out back and maybe make some better decisions. But then when it's so gusty and you've got to jump, it does get pretty stressful, especially when you maybe in Scotty's position and you're watching the heat run down. What's 2 minutes 50 now, and so he's got to decide. You know, he's got to go quite far out. Do you do a jump off a swell at the back and fill that scorecard up, or maybe? I mean, I sacrificed a jump in my heat, and because I saw a swell, a decent, best swell I got the day actually, and somehow got through that heat. So maybe I got better marks on that. So rather than a sort of a swell forward, which might only get you maybe 3 points, maybe 4. So it's dropped right off now. Scott is on a 5 metre, by the way, and a 92 litre board, and he's been all that free sailing, like I said, since dawn, or maybe even dusk, who knows. But he's struggling to get going now. But we got 2 minutes. So I'd say, looking at the wave rides and the one jump that Luke's got, I'd say he's winning this heat at the moment. Don't take that for gospel. I'm not a judge, but I think Scotty's got one bigger wave, but he hasn't got as many on his cards. He needs 2 to count. So is he going to track this upwind, do you think? Maybe, and then he can. Oh no, he's going for a bottom turn. That's a nice section. There's not much power to come up the top there. Oh, it's a nice wave though. He's probably hit this one and whip it round really nicely. That's a good hit. Good 2 turns there. He's going for a third one. The wave's holding up, and he's got another top turn there. So now he's got a minute left. He was probably going to come and tack upwind and then go and try and get a jump. Luke's picked a lovely wave out here. Really good wave. Old Luke getting through the heats. Good boy. Where are we now? What we got? We've got 45 seconds now. So Scotty will be pumping his arse off to get plane in and try and get a backy in, I should think. He's got a real nice backy if he can get any speed. I think Luke looks quite tired there. He's done a good job. Where's Scotty gone then? There we go. The conditions, even though the guys are all doing like down the line-ish front-side wave riding, the wind angles are actually fairly onshore, so it's actually quite hard to do, and to keep your speed up to get a good bit of speed off the top. And that's the end of the heat. Well, let's see what happens next. We've got Phil Horrocks up next and Alan Jackson. So Alan's a one sail, one board type of guy. Comes with his own family, and he's just rigged one sail, one board up, got it down. There you go. That's it. Racing background, Alan. Used to be a longboard racer, a really good one. Probably run a few titles, I think. And we got Phil Horrocks, came first at Rossniger. Probably the favourite for this heat, but you never know. You never know. Maybe he'll take the wrong sail up, or something will, go wrong. In these single eliminations, if something goes wrong, then you have to wait for the double to come back. So there's 1 more minute to their heat starts. Duncan and Brett. Did you do?
Oh, it's about to start, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so up and running, Phil Horrocks, the current tour leader, against Alan Jackson from Scotland. Let's see if Alan can take him down. A big ask for him. That's Phil looks keen, wiggling around there. Going to make it happen, milking it. Here he goes, dropping into a little bowl. What's he got? Kind of weak. He's really pushing nice off the top. As you can see, there's a bit of backwash on the wave there. He's climbing high. He's going for the fourth turn into that section. Nice, Phil. Finishes that wave off, and he's going to milk that white water a little bit more, quite vertical into that last hit as well. So scores on the board. Phil Horrocks jives out of that one. 5 completed turns. He rode that from the peak right the way through to the beach. Nice start for the lad, for the man. No lad anymore, but yeah, getting on a bit actually. Could be in the Masters. But yeah, he'll be happy with that start, I would have thought. Judges still asking for 1 jump, 2 waves. Yeah, like Clive said, it's not easy out there. You know, I think that's a good call from the head judge to drop that other jump. It was windier earlier. You've got to juggle with that format, you know, the demands on the sailors. Alan Jackson, what's he got? In the white rash vest, looking behind him. Not sure if he can see much. No, he jibes out of that. Didn't like that one. So heads back out to sea. Alan there on the Severn. Got Phil Horrocks in the background there on the simmer sail. Phil looks quite powered up. Still really fit. Trains hard. Out in Tenerife this summer with his family. Telling me that his boys both like windsurfing now, which is always good to hear. Alan Jackson on a wave. Okay, just forcing it round on that top turn. Bottom turns. Yeah, I think like Kai said, it has gone a little bit more onshore, so quite hard. As you saw with Phil's wave, you know, it's really hard to get the power on the top turn. Not much wind in the sail and slightly onshore angle on the wind. So if you stay high on the wave, you can generally generate more board speed to go into the next turn, which is what Phil did, until the wave got a bit steeper and he got a nice tag, didn't he, on his third or fourth hit. I wonder what the judges would have scored that. I would say that probably the high medium range, so probably like 5, 5, 6 or something like that. It was a long wave for the conditions. Yeah, I think that maybe the highest wave score we saw today, I'm not sure, would maybe have been the tacker from Finn Mellon. Definitely the only manoeuvre we've seen on the waves today. So congratulations to him. He didn't make it through the heat against Dave Horrocks, but probably just because his jumps weren't landed dry. Back then, a few heats back, we were asking for 2 jumps and 2 waves, so quite a big ask. Now just 1 jump, 2 waves. Oh, he's on Alan at the moment. Where's Phil? He's hunting Phil. There he is. Horrocks out the back, hunting one down. Playing the. Oh, there he is. On the wave, pumping. Comes out in front of that section. Slides over that and just bogs it. Unusual. You don't see that usually from Phil. That is the backwash coming off the rocks there, which he obviously didn't see coming. Back to Alan Jackson, live on your screen. Just tacks upwind. Oh yeah, a big shout out for Fiona's cake. Thank you, Fiona. Yeah, a nice bit of sugar rush, keep us going. So we haven't seen Phil get a jump yet, Clyde. Tricky. Yeah, on a 5.3 sail, so he's taken his, well, not the biggest kit, but I don't know, maybe he doesn't use a 5.7, but biggest kit he uses, Clyde's saying, so yeah, and he's probably what, on like 90 litres, is he?
I think that's his 92 he's got,
Yeah, 92 litre bore. So yeah, that just shows you how light it is. Drives off that one. Pumping back onto this one behind him. He's probably hoping he's not going to hit another bit of backwash. Yeah, he's milking it. Up into the lip there. Getting stuck up in the white water. Another hit. I mean, he's making the most of it, isn't he, Clyde? He's staying with the power of the wave.
Looking at his ball, I'm quite surprised he's gone for his fly wave, which is a simmer down the line board. He's normally using the Quantex, which is the more all-round one, so maybe he thinks it will get him a bit more speed on the wave or something. But he seems to, I mean, he hasn't got a jump yet, which for Phil is really unusual, even though it's quite light. He normally can get a jump off anything. So with a 5.3, he's still struggling on the inside to get going. It's one of those times where you'll be no wind and then suddenly you'll have too much wind, but not useful too much wind. I'm actually, I'm staying in the house with Phil and Dave, and we have a good bit of banter about what's going on. And I said to him, so what's your, what's your plan here? He goes, well, the only way, to get it is to win. So he's very driven. He comes across very laid back, but in his mind, he's like, I'm gonna beat every heat. It'll be really interesting later on to see how it pans out, because Bubble, Andy Bubble Chambers, is on the other side of the draw, and in Rossniger in the super final, Andy actually beat Phil for the first time. So and on Port Tack as well, which is kind of like maybe Andy's less favoured conditions. We sail on the south coast, so I think Andy's now got it in his head psychologically they can beat Phil. So if you can get to the final and sail together, I think we're in for quite a good one. So Phil won, Andy came second. So it's going to be tight who could get the title. It's literally going to be one of those two potentially who could get the title. So I think the next round, we're going to go, I think, probably and see maybe Bubble Sail. So maybe his old nemesis James Cox. I've got to check the heat draws for that, but that's one to watch anyway, as they're bogging around out there. It's 3:34, so we've still got plenty of light left. I just think we'll get all the way to the end of this.
Yeah, we'll see what the head judge thinks. Thanks, Clyde, to whether he'll go into the semi-finals. I mean, after doing the job for a while, it's kind of like, should you push it through or maybe wait for better conditions tomorrow? I know we've got some good conditions coming up, so obviously, he's looking at getting the double elimination finish, but always want to be a bit wary not to push it for too hard. Perhaps tomorrow, I think it probably will be side offshore with a similar sort of size swell and a little bit more wind, so he might decide just to say that's it for the day for the pros and not go into the next round, which would be the semi-finals. So Alan Jackson now on your screen. Nice hit there, that's probably his best hit we've seen, keeping the board speed. Second little carve there. This is the double up into that bowley section on the inside and just falls out the back of that. So yeah, one nice hit on that. And
so what would you do then if you were a head judge and it was like this? Do you make the call, put the amateurs out, or do you take, you've got conditions today, we don't know what tomorrow's going to bring, even though the forecast says, do we take what we've got, or what would you say?
Well, that's a good question, Nick, Clyde. Maybe one that I shouldn't put my oar put my oar in and say, but I just think that if the conditions aren't fair, you shouldn't really push it too hard. It's only the third day of the contest. We've got a week to run it. We've got better conditions in the forecast. I mean, you know, there goes Jackson with a back loop. Yeah, I don't know. It's a difficult one, isn't it? Like, you don't want to push it too hard. I probably would flick to the amateurs. That's your answer. And I would put the pro semi-finals on hold and run it tomorrow. So that's just my opinion. Yeah, I'd like to see something a bit more dynamic. Because also you've got to think that maybe, possibly, the single elimination might be the final result anyway. So if you push it through in conditions like this, and then you go into the double but don't finish the double, this result will stand. So that's your answer, really. I mean, it's always difficult, isn't it? You're sort of guessing a little bit with the forecasts, checking the animations on the, you know, Wind Guru or Wind Finder, or, you know, even I look at the pressure charts as well to see where the swell's coming from and what time it's going to arrive. It's a stressful job, that's for sure, and he's trying to run multiple fleets. You know, he's got his masters, amateurs, ladies, youth, and the pro men and women, so there's a lot to get through. But yeah, my answer would be, I think if it's mediocre conditions, I would hold back. And so here goes Horrocks on the simmer sail. Little hit there, front side hit, nice drone shot we got. And he's got nice flow, hasn't he? Yeah, he's still linking the turns together. Old school duck jibe. That's because he's setting up for a jump. He's keeping the board speed. He's really on his toes for this jump. And he will get it. I think he's going to go for a forward. Seconds ticking away, and no, I was wrong. He went for the backy, and no, he doesn't land it. So he's kind of kept the sail up. He'll probably scrounge a point or two from that because the sail didn't actually go in the water, but he just about sneaked that one in the dying moments. Okay, back to Sam.
I'll tell you what, who will be wanting this to keep going is Rory.
I'm down at the event board here. I've got Ben Page. Ben Page managed to go through against Ian Ross. You're taking that down to make yourself look a bit better. Hello, Devon.
Like a penguin.
Hello, Devon boy. We live, what, 3 miles apart? 4 miles apart in Devon, so there we are. So listen, pretty tricky out there, right?
Yeah, the waves are quite good, but the wind's quite light. Like, there's enough, but it's not like full power. You have to work quite hard to get the jumps, particularly. But it's good. I mean, the waves are decent, so as long as there's enough wind, then it's fine. But I think we're kind of flirting with that. Is it enough at the moment?
Okay, so look, so this is where we are on the list. We've got these 13A, 13B. What do you think is going to happen actually now with these? Do you think we're going to get through these? Is there enough wind for these? What's your?
I mean, my last heat was okay, but evidently the judges have decided that they don't think it's contestable at the moment. So I think we're postponed now, right?
I don't know.
I think we are. I think we're postponed.
Hot off the press, we're postponed at the moment.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean the waves are still there. I think we might come back. But I think we're already doing quite well considering that the forecast wasn't actually that good for today. Like, we've done a lot better than I thought we would for conditions actually.
Good. And then we've got the maestro. We've got the Coxie. Hello, mate. You are live to millions, to the world. This is bigger than the World Cup final. Hi, mate. How you doing? We're about to come into your heats. You've got one to go before yours. What you got? What are you packing? What sail? What board?
First things first, we've got to work out what we've got. Okay, just one jump, 2 waves.
One jump, 2 waves.
It might change a few things. Could mean I don't need my big gear now. So yeah, it's a choice between a 82 litre board or a 92 litre board. Do I plane? Don't I plane? Tighter turns, bigger jumps. What do we want to go for? You know,
You want to win. You want to win. That's what you need to do, Coxie. You need to win, Coxie.
Yeah, winning is the necessary outcome, but it's the playing in between.
It's how you get there, right? Yeah. Great. Well, there we are. We've got a whole bunch of them joined us down here on the beach. It seems like we might be postponed. Certainly, from where I'm looking, the wind is looking pretty light. Waves pretty big still. So, who knows what will happen? I'll pass you back to people who really know into the commentary booth with Duncan Coombs, the legend.
tell us when we're on. Okay, back on live, yeah. I mean, as we were talking, the head judge, will he postpone, will he carry on? And I think he's made the right call there, postponing. You know, partly because the tide's come in too much and it's made the waves softer and the wind a bit lighter. And also he's looking at the forecast for tomorrow and thinking, well, there's 20 to 30 knots in the forecast. It's going to be side offshore, so no jumps, but I think we're going to have some really good conditions in the morning with the pushing tide. This seems to be better at the Maze on the low tide. So, you know, he's got time to play with. He's got the Masters result in the bag. He's got a few women's heats done. So, you know, I think he'll be sitting quite comfortably. That is a good decision from Adrian, the head judge there. You know, not pushing it through. And I'd be surprised if we come back on live for the pro heats. He might be thinking, maybe I'll wait and do the amateurs on the dropping tide. So yeah, I guess we'll go into a postponement now and get back to you if we come back on live.
No, it really wouldn't matter. I went for the push loop. There's a big thing on that there, and I went and it stopped on that. No. But is it? When? I don't know. And then you're coming in and that. You went out and got the same fucking wave.
Right, who's getting in here? We're on.
Simmer style. Confidence in your kit to push your limits.
Tiree Wave Classic 40 2024. We've got Rory Somerville in the pros on a wave, just hiding in behind these rocks here, but a great start to the heat, and he is up against Andy Bubble Chambers. So this is a great story. Bubble has been coming up here since I was a little boy. Rory has been learning to windsurf on Tyree since he was a little boy. He has progressed through the future pros and all the way through the arms, all the way into the pros, and is now going up against one of the top guys in the UK. So let's find Bubble and see if he can find a wave. And here we go, straight in. Lovely little top turn there. Could hit that a little bit harder if you're being super critical, which I'm not. Let's see if he can slap that one more time. And he does. Is he going to stay on? No, and he won't quite finish that off, which is going to slightly affect his score there, but I would say he's probably... Let me tag out and let someone pro in.
It's okay, I'm here. Oh, I thought they postponed it, but they're back up now. I don't know where Duncan's gone. He took his backpack of coffee and just disappeared. Oh, he's back. Yeah. So we've got Rory Somerville here and Andy Chambers, called Bubble. I think nicknamed because he planes so early, because he's like bones were made from bubbles or something from his vast days. He does plane really early, literally. Sometimes there's no wind and he's like flying along. I don't know how he does it. So I don't know. Is there still one jump going on? No jumps. Right. So this is going to make Rory super happy, because Rory's got really nice wave riding, but I think Bubble's got the artillery in terms of the jumping. So be interesting to see how this happens. Both on Goya sails. I think Andy Chambers is like the agent for Goya. He's always telling me how good they are. He's managed to switch those South Coast boys onto the kit, and Rory's his teammate. He got into Goya as well. He won't want him to be beating him. I shouldn't think that'd annoy him. Yeah, maybe he'll. Did he beat him last year? Did he? Yeah, maybe. I mean, this is a. There we go. He's got a nice little hit there. Throws the fins out. The judges like to see that. If you can get those fins going out, which is pretty amazing considering how actually quite soft the waves are and the way they're rebounding off the rocks. Bubble is a formidable competitor. Super fit and just he's awesome at freestyle. So he's a good high standard all round windsurfer, several times freestyle UK champion, but he really wants a title in the waves. So even Bubble's struggling to get out there. It is so light because actually what's going on is the waves where you can see Andy at the moment. He's got this kind of rocky shelter, so there's no wind there. Whereas you can see actually Rory's out to sea and he's actually flying along there, looking for a swell. Recently, Bubble's been throwing backside threes and shackers on the waves and so on. So it'll be interesting to see if he can get anything in the sea. I don't think we've seen any kind of manoeuvres. I think we've seen one manoeuvre on the wave so far this round. You probably could get a wave 360 if you were lucky, but it's quite hard to get the projection on the right wave. Yeah.
Two waves in 12 minutes.
Two waves in 12 minutes. That's not too bad actually. You get a bit of a breather, and it is a game of cat and mouse or chess actually. Sometimes you're there, you know, you're coming in, do you take the decision to tack and go back out, or do you take a wave in and it could actually not very good and you waste loads of time there. Right, heli tack from Bubble. There you go, there's Rory trying to pump onto a swell. You know, when it's light like this, sometimes there's actually a bit of a benefit because the only decent swells are the ones that pick you up. So you know you've picked up a decent swell if you can get going on it. It's like just like that. Let's see what he does with this. Chatting to Phil just after his heat, he was saying how choppy the waves were, and as we were saying how they're like sort of rebounding off the rocks, which makes it a bit trickier. What's he going to do? Duck jibe, clue first, is it? Oh no, it goes out. Nice duck jibe. Thought he might echoes of Silt where they were doing clue first wave rise and get some decent points there. Here we got. Oh, we've got Bubble and a nice wave here. Hand right down the boom, hits a section. Nice, nice. Can he get? Will it reform? There's a little bit of reform there. You'll get that white water hit. You need to get, you know, after a big hit like that, you want to keep on the wave, I think, just to consolidate your ride. Nice 3 hits, 3 smacks in the sort of most critical bits of the wave from Bubble, so that'll get him some good scores. And Rory somewhere out back. So that was a good couple of waves from Andy there. And there they are, they're both going out. I don't think we didn't see Rory's wave. There's a bit of a shame there. So it looks like they want to get the the single done of the pros. I suppose that's quite good then. You know, we've got 3 fleets all the way through one round, and you know there's a huge amount of competitors here. So when you think you've got 12-minute heats with 2-minute transitions, so just to get through 10 heats, you know, there's quite a lot of time, and to get through that, and then I think we've got 80 competitors here. You know, I was in the Masters fleet, there are 30, 31, 32, which is you know quite unheard of really. So very healthy fleet sizes. There we go. You've got to have the longer heats in these sort of conditions to remove, you know, a bit of element of chance there, to give you time to get out. At Ross Niger we had 8-minute heats, but it was much windier, so actually you're planing all the time, and so you didn't necessarily need as long there. So both sailors now are just looking for a wave. From what we've seen here, maybe Bubbles got the advantage, but we didn't quite see what Rory's waves were, so it'd be hard to say really. There he goes. So he's probably get upwind. Oh, Rory's tacked on away. Oh, look at that. That looks like an amazing swell. Let's see if it does anything. See, it's sort of like backed off in that middle bit there. If you can get over that bump where it just, you know, it starts to sort of jack up and roll up, and you can get a good bit of speed there. He wants to take it upwind, but not too far, where it kind of goes into that second swell you see there. But it's really hard to say, isn't it? You can see now the line of it, so probably needs to start bearing off to get onto that. No, he's tacked off it. Maybe if it's kept a bit downwind, he might have taken that one in. But maybe he's just using that to get himself upwind a bit, get a bit of upwind advantage. I'm sure if they had earphones in and we were talking to them, maybe it might be a bit different. So you can see from this view, it actually looks a lot choppy, a lot harder to actually pick out the swells. So I think Bubble will come in and tack upwind here. Decide maybe there's no significant swell. There, yeah, he's going to use a swell to get upwind, I would have thought. I know it looks like he's going for it. It's picked up there, so he's obviously seen a little peak. You see, not as good as his other wave there, I wouldn't have said. Is he going to take it in? Yeah. Probably Nice hit there, but that wave was not as big or as critical as these other ones. So probably not as high scoring as these other two so far. Only 2 waves to count. Right. Rory's back again. One of the younger guys on the tour. Actually, probably the only 2 younger guys. 3 younger guys on tour. Him and Lucas, maybe. They're sharing a house together. Good promise for the future. Ooh, I don't know. I think. Oh, this is a good one. Right. So Rory has got to literally. Well, we've got 1 minute 21 here. He's got to. This has got to be a high scoring wave. He's got to go for it. Nice gauging the rail there. Not quite to the top. Bit early maybe. What can he do on this one? It's going to break. Oh, he hits the top there. Still. So this has got to be a much more critical one. Nice. He's getting throwing the tail out there. That always gets good. Yeah, he's got loads of board speed there. Can he get another turn here? So that's a decent sized wave. First 2 turns were nice, but they weren't like at the top of the wave, and maybe they slowed down. The third one was really good. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges make of that one. But definitely from this angle, it's hard to say, of course, not being, we're looking at the screen here, not being out there, it's hard to say which was the biggest wave of the heat from those 2, but that certainly seemed to look like one. Oh, Bubbles there's trying to get a bit of backside air. Hitting it again. And that's, what, 8 seconds. You hear the watch beeping. I'd say it's the end of the heat, really. I think if Rory turns on a wave now, he could get. No, that's it. It's gone. I wouldn't want to call that. Luckily, it's not my job. And whenever I think someone's won, it's been the other way around. So I'm not going to say anything. Am I still on?
Okay, welcome back. So, semi-finals of the Tiree Wave Classic. We're into Heat 13B now. And this is a big heat. James Cox against Meldrum. So Lucas Meldrum against James Cox. James Cox, a starboard master. So now on port tack, wind from the left. Be a bit more challenging for him, but I think Lucas Meldrum also a starboard tack sailor, but I think his port tack sailing is on par. So just wave riding, 2 waves to count. The head judge put it straight back on, really, just to change the format to take the jump out, making the most of these waves here on the high tide at Tyree at the Maze Beach. So Lucas on the screen coming in first, and James Cox behind him. Just putting a little shove it in there, get the judge's attention, won't really score any points. Bottom turns into the wave. Oh, a nice little cut back there. Back into another one. He's milking this, look, staying high on the wave just to get speed. Yeah, linking this wave through the rocks there. Oh, nice, getting the fins out there. The judges will like that. He's really got nice flow. A great wave from Meldrum, this is. Judge is going to like that. There's your backwash there off the rock. So jibes out of that one. That is a good opening wave for Lucas Meldrum. Good strong start. And then highlining it through the fat section there, through the rocks, and then getting the fins out. So Judge is going to like that. Keeping good board speed. His gear's obviously working extremely well. Got Coxey somewhere, is he just waiting for it? Yeah, both riders going out. Okay, up from the drone shot here, James Cox coming in on a swell, just cutting back upwind, looking at the wave, pumping to get his board speed. The wave's looking a bit fat there, he needs to get over that lump, pump over that lump. He hasn't really got the same speed that Meldrum had. Meldrum behind him. Here he goes, Lucas. Oh, nice. Is he just busting the fins out the back of the wave there? That's what the judges want to see. Plenty of skill. Wraps round. Eyeing up the lip on this one. Goes into it. Oh, another nice turn, but just puts the nose into the trough there. Wasn't expecting him to do that. We've seen the same thing happen with Phil Horrocks. I think it is the backwash coming off the rocks there. So they're coming back down off the top of the wave, and there's a lump coming back out to sea, which makes it quite hard to negotiate what to do with the front of the board. But another good wave, really. What he did do on that wave, busting the fins out the back of the wave, getting a little bit of air. Not easy inside on shore, or the light winds. There we go, James Cox. There's still plenty of waves there, scoring ability, and Coxey, bottom turns into that one. Nice little cutty, bringing the tail right round on that. Yeah, he does seem to be lacking a little bit more speed than Meldrum. He's obviously a bigger bloke, so makes it more difficult, but end of the wave from James Cox. Coxey out there 2 days ago in the 50s, 50 to 55 knot wind range, absolutely sending it on starboard tack, super impressive. Making it look quite easy, like a walk in the park. Meldrum, plenty of power in his sail, fairly light bloke, imagine he's probably in 70 kilo range, so easy for him to get planing in this.
Yeah, well, there's a few people asking if they can put stuff in this trailer, the blue line trailer.
Yeah, Lucas Meldrum on the screen now, heading out to sea. Looking for a swell to jibe onto. He's going to tack onto it. Yeah, on the left hand screen you got James Cox just pumping out. Bogging a bit, dogging out there. And on the right hand screen you got Lucas coming in. So just 2 waves is the requirements from the judges. Making it a little bit less stressful for the riders. He's coming upwind, pinching upwind on this wave, so you can get maximum length of the ride. Bottom turns into it. Lucas Meldrum there on your right hand screen. Hits the lip, just under it, but sending a bit of spray up. Nice little tag there. Looking at this bowly section, and yeah, manages to climb up into that and hit that. Going again. Nice little hit. I mean, he's just milking these waves. Coxey, little cut back there in the pocket, comes out in front of there, a bit of foam there in the trough, and oh, that's not bad for James Cox. Just the 2 hits, going to go and get a final one on the white water. Yeah, I think it looks to me like Coxey's not quite got the same power or speed as Meldrum, which obviously makes it more difficult then to get, more spray on your turn, Clyde. What do you think? Is this what you're seeing?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Lucas, like you say, is a light guy, and Coxey's on his 5.2 and his big board. With Lucas is probably on a 4.5, and and he's on a small board. So the advantage of being on a small board is that it's way more manoeuvrable, and if you can generate the speed, then you're going to get a much more critical bottom turn. And while they're going out, interestingly, it looks like Rory Somerville got ahead of Andy Chambers in that. So Rory's through to the final, which will leave Andy in 5th place. So very different. Maybe we were saying that the bigger waves count for more, then maybe Bubble was getting milking them more in the smaller waves. So yeah, Rory must have. I know there was a few times we couldn't see him on the screen. So Rory's through. Bubble will be seething. I know that for sure because he's going to be hungry for the double elimination. He did say before the heat, as we go and see in another nice look at that, throwing the tail out and also keeping it in the wave without it sliding. That's really hard to do. Another nice hit going on there. So as I was saying, Bubble was wanting to keep the jump in because he felt that could give him the advantage. Coxey in a great angle there. I think that's probably a little aerial maybe. He's certainly a good floater. Another one there. This is a nice size wave from Jim. And it's paused. So that first turn was a great turn. I think, from the beach that might have been a nice there. We can see it's a bit of an aerial there. So that's good work from Coxey. I think that might have brought him a little bit back into it. So it's maybe a bit more even now. I don't know. What do you think, Duncan?
Yeah, he did bust the fins out, didn't he, on one of those turns. I think he's sort of trying to play catch up here with Lucas. Lucas is really on fire in this heat. Just seems to have a little bit more speed, and like you say, if he's able to use those smaller boards, more manoeuvrability, he's on form. Lucas Meldrum, port tack, starboard tack, doesn't seem to matter to him. Hungry for the title. Second to Phil Horrocks at the moment. But yeah, like you were saying, interesting that Bubble got knocked out by Rory. I watched Rory warming up just 3 days ago before the contest, and I was super impressed with his wave riding style. He goes very vertical. Okay, so we're going to just flick to Sam there about Andy Bubble Chambers being knocked out. Quite big news. Andy won't be happy about that. So let's hear what the boys have got to say about that.
Yeah, I'm here with Andy Bubble Chambers. Andy, can I just ask you that one? I know that must hurt. Tell me what the scores were. I saw you looking at judges, the sheets. Tell me what the scores were and what happened.
It was 2-1 decision in favour of Rory by 0.25. So it doesn't really get much closer. But
And what was the difference? What was that 0.25? Where did that? You don't know. Right. Okay.
it was really hard to. There's basically not much wind and it's quite side on, so it's really hard to find waves to ride. And just
really tough in these conditions. Hey, roll on the double. We've got conditions all week and more for the double, right?
Yep.
Excellent. You can see that Andy is pretty broken, but again, the double will be on for the double. So back to you there.
Okay, back on, so didn't hear that interview there with Bubble, but with the double elimination he does have another chance to come back and he'll be hungry for it. So always a tough one to be interviewed just after you've lost. Fair play to Andy for giving us a few words there, and like I say, what a talent, Rory. He'll be stoked with that result, that's for sure, putting him into the final, 4-man final. Looks like head judge might be going all the way with this. Just 2 waves, wave riding. 2 waves, no jumps. This current heat at the moment, on our screen again, Lucas Meldrum, just all over it, this boy. Loving it. This one not looking like it will go into his top 2. But what I did like about him is he comes right round on his front side turn and comes back into the section backside, which is kind of more surf orientated roundhouse sort of manoeuvre, which I'd hope the judges will be really scoring that up, because it's not easy to do, to come right back up into the pocket upwind. We haven't seen anyone else doing that, I don't think, today. Keeping the flow, the power and the speed, which is what the judges' criteria are for wave riding. Critical, off the top, busting the fins out. Coxie needs to do something special here, like a 360, or I don't know if that would be possible, maybe a tacker. But yeah, definitely requires something. 30 seconds left in the heat. Meldrum flying out to sea. He's got no problem playing around, has he? There we go. So not long left here for Coxie. See what he can get. So you don't actually, it doesn't matter if the hooter goes, as long as you're on the swell, the wave will count. So he is currently on the swell coming in. That's the end of the heat, but this wave will count. It's a small looking wave, and from the drone there you can see how much water sort of moving around. Yeah, he's not really got much to play with there, so I think we are going to have to wait to see Coxie. Nice hit there, but we're going to have to wait to see Coxie come back in the double. I think Lucas looking like he owned that heat. So yeah, end of semi-final heat 1. They're just 2-man heats, so there are 4 heats for the semi-finals. Next up, Dave Horrocks against Ben Page. Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise. I mean, like I said, the riding there from Finn Mellon probably was higher on his scores for the riding against Dave Horrocks, but Dave Horrocks landing his jumps put him through. So Dave Horrocks against Ben Page next up. Pushing through the high tide here. He's now slipping back, I think. Lovely view of the maze. There you can see like the waves coming right in to the rocks now. So yeah, single elimination semi-final heat number 2 coming up. We're splitting them into 2, so just 2 men on the water. In the second, or the final half of the second semi-final, is Luke Smith against Phil Horrocks. A good result for Luke Smith as well, beating Scott McDowell. Yeah, no rain today. Nice to see the Tyree sunshine out. Another great day of competition going on. So definitely the best beach to choose from today out of the 3, Ballyfool, Ballyvullen and the Maze. Ballyvullen obviously a little bit too offshore and the swell not quite getting in there. And Ballyfool being onshore. Had a few waves there this morning when I checked it, but this is the one. Side shore winds in the south. Just a touch of west in it, but could be on for some nice conditions tomorrow as well for the double elimination. Goes a little bit more side offshore. So up and riding, Luke Smith on a nice looking wave. Comes out in front of the wave. Oh, sorry, Ben Page. Ben Page on a nice looking wave. Yeah, get a bit caught up on the top turn there. That's the fat section of the wave. A little cut back. Starts to reform a bit. Nice. Pushing the tail out. Making the most of it, and onto the inside for his final hit. That's a good opening wave there from Ben Page. Be happy with that. So it looks like we've missed the beginning of that one for Dave. His second hit was nice. And the third hit. Comparable waves there, like both getting 3 hits, completing the wave, so not much in it so far in this heat.
So news back in from the bubble Ruri heat. Apparently there's only 0.25 in it, so I think we're going to... Are we interviewing with them now? Are we having a... We might be hearing from both of them soon. Oh, so the judges have called them both to the trailer. We don't know what for yet, so that could be quite interesting. Controversy. Well, if I know Bubble, he will be on the score sheets, adding them all up. He's one of those. He will do that because he knows where he can pick a point up or check it out, especially when it's so close. I mean, 0.25 when it's like decimal places is really tricky. Oh, we're on now.
Okay, so Nigel, tell me, Robin, just tell me what's happening at the moment.
Well, we've just had Heat 13B of the semi-final between James Cox and Lucas Meldrum. And Meldrum took it, which is pretty exciting. So at the moment he's through at the final. Yeah.
Well, what's the recall? Tell me about the recall.
Well, we're in the dark as well, so we have to wait and see what exactly the judges are going to tell us. Presently we're trying to get both riders here to have a chat around whatever that recall's about. Don't know.
Well, 0.25 is pretty tight, so does that mean there might be a...
0.2 and 0.25. Yeah, sure. Yeah, go for Robin.
I'm just going to say that
Go back to me.
Rory and Bubble know
Okay,
more
so
about their business as they
I've just
like
heard
from
that
this point.
there's some discrepancy in the scoring. I'm not really sure what's going on. There's very, very tight heat on the scores. Bubble's obviously been up there and checked something. Maybe there's a mistake from the race committee, who knows? But they're calling both the riders down to the beach official, which is just in front of our tower. We'll be finding out shortly what's going on there. So yeah, that was the last heat where Rory beat Andy Bubble Chambers. Maybe that result isn't going to stand. We'll let you know. Ben Page on your screen now comes out in front of the wave. Nice hit there, slides the fins out. Judges will like that. Another hit, little foam climb. Obviously looks a little bit flatter filming from the drone, you know, makes the waves look a bit smaller than they actually are. When I walked out from the live tower and looked at the conditions for real, you know, rather than on a screen, it looks better than it does on the screen. It looks bigger. It's strange, you know, it kind of flattens it out a bit when it's on the screen. So yeah, good choice from Adrian to carry on, I think, just with 2 rides to count. Any news there, Sam, on...
There's no recount, it's just...
Okay, result stands. Yeah, the result stands, so checked it all, double checked it, triple checked it, and all good. Yeah, so congratulations, Rory. He does go through to the final. Dave Horrocks on the screen now. It's hard to split these two, they're very similar. I think maybe Ben's last wave where he had the fins slide right out and bring the tail right round, they might like that a bit more, but you know, it's splitting hairs really, very tight. They're both getting 3 turns on each wave, both got the similar sort of flow. I did ask the judges if they could send through some scores. It would be nice to have a bit of an update halfway through the heat. Obviously we don't know what they're scoring, and I would say this is a super tight heat. Yeah, Ben Page, back on your screen. Non-stop wave action here in Tyree. Can he get up into that section? He does. Pushing too hard there. Yeah, they've both got good flow, as I keep saying. Just what the judges want to see. Not bogging at all. You know, keeping the board planing right the way through each turn. 5 minutes 45 remaining, so plenty more action to come. I've just requested some scores to come through just so we can let you know who is leading.
Nigel, did you get a chance? Just let me know if you think it's going to be a 4-man final or where I've been moved to the women's final.
So see Ben and Dave there. Dave Horrocks, for those who don't know, is Phil Horrocks' younger brother. Absolutely rips. Didn't start windsurfing until he was about 20, and you know, when it's windy, he's on par with Phil. He just hasn't had maybe the contents, luck or nuance as Phil does, but he is a solid windsurfer in his own right, and he's always someone that you don't want to pick in the heat. No, nice little late hit from him there, but it looks on the left of the screen, Ben Page is picking up an absolutely gem of a swell there, and it's like nice and clean, there's no backwash on that. Nice hit, and he's nice going in front of the wave. Wave sort of backed off there. You see that secondary swell kind of wave coming through, so he's jibed off that by the looks of it. I know he's on it still, and can he link it to the next one? Falls off the back a bit there, but that was a superb wave selection. I think the judges love, you know, the wave selection. You know, the bigger waves, later the hits, more critical. That's going to always get you get the bigger results. You know, high stakes moves, if you pull them off, they get the high scores, and you know, really going for it. So you got that, should I really hit it, but then with the risk of like going down, but then you get a high reward for it as well. As we saw before, Lucas was hitting some great waves, throwing those fins out, and yet they weren't sliding down, so that's great control, which I'm sure that was what the judges like to see. So there's almost planing going out there, I think, getting himself back upwind. Ben Page, another South Coast boy. He's a fully qualified doctor, so he works hard and fits the windsurfing in when he can. Dave Horrocks, a North Wales Bangor student property mogul. Got a few properties developing. You know, these boys, they both work hard and they get on the water as much as they can as well. So, where we got both tacked on a swell here. We've got the nice drone angle for Ben on the left, and from the beach angle we've got Dave. Drone definitely makes it look nicer, that's for sure. It's actually really sunny out here, to be fair, but I think we're looking a bit into it at the moment. So, right, Pagey, Ben's here with his dad, Andy Page, another awesome windsurfer too. Sails at the south coast at Avon, where I do. He's on a bomb here. Look at that. Is it going to wall up? It does. Nice in front of the wave. Can he get right up into section? He does, yeah. Bit late perhaps to get the speed off it, but he's got that white water taking him in. Still a pretty good wave selection, a decent wave to hit. And what's he going to do now? Oh, Horrocks, not quite as much power off the top there, so that probably doesn't score as much. Caught his clue. Bombed out a little bit there. You know, you can see how hard it is for the judges to score. They're literally on the wave at the same time. Okay, so Ben Page got the highest wave score in this heat, but overall it's really close, really neck and neck. So we've got 1 minute 30. Ben's probably in a better position. He's further out, so he's going to be able to, tack on the better swell, maybe get the priority over Dave at the moment. Although Dave's playing in nicely there. So he'll be down to this, got 1 minute. Doesn't matter if the buzzer goes, as long as you're on the wave and make the judges know you've chosen that swell, then as a buzzer goes and the air heats up, you can still get scored. Tight turn from Dave there. Is he going to pick anything up? He's thinking about it. Pumping away there. Trying to get on that swell. He knows he's got to do something good. Maybe he'll go for it in this last wave. So Ben's tacked out back on something. Got 30 seconds. So it's going to score for Dave, but it's not going to be a counting wave. It's nowhere near as good as some of these other waves, unfortunately, for him. Unless something, unless he gets a manoeuvre at the end. What we've got here with Ben. He's tracking upwind, isn't he? but it doesn't look as big as these two other waves. So it'll still count. 10 seconds left on the clock. If he can show the judges he means to do something on this, it will count. Look, that swell's coming in. This will count. This will count for him.
That's a beater.
And can he get something really good on this?
Got some updates. Yeah, we've just been radioed through a few scores there. It seems like, as I said, that one wave where Ben Page blew the fins out the back of the wave gave him the advantage, and looks like that's given him the edge. So they'll just be tabulating those scores, but it looks like currently Ben Page is going to knock Dave Horrocks out. And also, whilst out of the tower there, just talking to Lucas Meldrum, and he's actually on bigger kit than you thought, Clyde. Yeah, he's taken a 5.0 and he's got an 82 litre board, which Nick Baker, his sponsor, lent to him for competition sailing. He said he'd never ever usually use such big kit, but after the Tenerife event he realised he needed it. So yeah, he says it's totally doable. Obviously, you know, happy with his sailing, he's loving the kit.
Big kit to him is small kit to you and me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so if he's on a 83 litre board with a 5.0 and he's a light guy, you know, the conditions are light. So yeah, happy that Nick Baker's lent him that board. So next up,
maybe he won't be giving it back.
no, that's right, Clyde. You probably hang on to that one. Let's see who's next up here.
Phil Horrocks and Luke Smith.
Okay, Phil Horrocks and Luke Smith next up. This will be the last semi-final, so the fourth two-man semi-final. Smith is on green and Phil Horrocks on white.
First place, Ben Page. Second place, Dave Horrocks.
Yeah, so just to confirm, first place, Ben Page. So Ben Page advances into the final. He'd be super stoked about that. I just find out the information whether it's a four-man final or they'll go for two-man final, and then two. Well, then they have to, obviously if they have two-man heats, they have to then do another two heats. So he'll probably opt for a four-man final. I'm not too sure. That was a nice crack there from Horrocks. Second hit from Phil on his simmer sail. Yeah, as Clyde said, you know, he's just come back into the tower. The conditions still look definitely contestable for riding only. So a couple of good hits there from Horrocks, and then the wave just died out at the end. I mean, obviously every wave's different, but I think the lighter guys have probably got a slight advantage in this. Okay, Luke Smith. So he got this kind of fat wave. Comes back up into the top of the wave, but just falls out the back of that there. So Phil Horrocks will be leading this heat so far. Two strong turns, and Luke just with one hit, and then deciding to kick out of the wave. Yeah, forecast was for it to drop off a bit, so the forecast being quite accurate. Let's hope the forecast is accurate for tomorrow. We've got 20 to 30 knots side offshore with a 2 metre ground swell, so could be some tasty conditions tomorrow. Let's hope so. Slowly making his way back out for his next scoring ride, Luke Smith. Well, there seems to be a wave out the back there breaking on the reef. Just tacking, maybe he's seen something building up. Yeah, Quick tack onto that wave. Good tactical thing to do. Sometimes when it's light it is good to stay on the inside. You can see the waves clearer than if you go right out the back. You can't quite tell where the waves or the swells are. So yeah, I didn't come to much though. There's Phil Horrocks. A moody evening light in Tyree. Just taking his time, Phil.
See if there's some swell building change on wider.
So while they were waiting to pick some spells, it's quite an interesting final setup so far. Really nice to see the younger guys are actually all three of them in the final. Like we've got Lucas, Rory and Ben. He's still a little bit older than them, but he's still one of the younger guys. Great to see them actually coming through and maybe pushing the established names back. So if Phil gets through to this final, then he'll definitely be representing the older boys. Phil 46, still absolutely ripping it. He's also pretty handy on the wings as well, so no sign of him slowing down. I did ask him, I said to him, well, are you going to stop? Do you plan on stopping? He goes, no. So he's going to, I think we'll see him around for a long time yet. Very, very light out there, it looks. You can see the old, that light reflection-y stuff on the water, so that means it's not, not many gusts at all. So I guess, if there is a decent swell, they'll know it because it will pick them up. And I'd say that, I was out on the beach watching the first wave, and it was actually, I don't know what it looked like in here, but it was a real good size, and Phil really, smacked the lip off that. And those crystal blue, really pretty cold Hebridean waters. So we've got Luke trying to get a bit of speed, but not much coming off there. And you can see on the left there, Phil's got way much. Oh, he's used it to get upwind and tack out. So he's obviously seen something out to sea there. So I think, on the left, as we look out on the left, the waves are breaking with a bit more speed. So where his first wave was, it's not sheltered by a little rocky outcrop we have here at the maze. Yeah, I think it's a strength. So there we are. He's seen a sway. He's tacked on it in the water. So can he pick that up? He'll be pumping down that to try and pick it up. Yeah, that's a decent wave. Over to you, Duncan, then.
Okay, thanks, Clyde. Yeah, Phil Horrocks here, live action, BWA. Tiree Wave Classic. Bust the fins out there. Another little cut back, throwing a bit of spray out the back. Staying high on the wave. Little tag on the end, and he milks it to the end. Just a little foam climb for his fourth manoeuvre and goes down. So yeah, that was, worth him being patient for. Using the wave to get himself upwind there, tacking off it, and then gives him a little bit of a longer ride if he's upwind on the peak. Pretty decent wave actually. First manoeuvre was strong. Yeah, and like Clive was saying, he's an older competitor now. Could be in the Masters, but obviously his level's still right up there, giving the young guns run for their money. It's nice to see, Clyde, isn't it? The youngsters making it to the final at the British Nationals. Hungry for it. It's no surprise to see Rory getting the final after what I saw a few days ago with him warming up. We're going to have a heat break after this, which means we'll probably go into a four-man final. It'll be the last heat of the day. Obviously with the four-man final, there's probably, less waves to go around, so I wonder if he'll extend that four-man final. Would be a good call. Let's see if he does that. give the boys a bit more opportunity to get the waves. Obviously we're not really pushed for time yet now. Yeah, so a ground swell coming from the southwest at 1.7 meters, 11 seconds, and lining up for a nice one. This looks like a good one here. Pumping onto it, Horrocks. Oh, bogs the rail, he'll be upset about that. That is the backwash, like we keep saying, coming off those rocks. Really hard to see that coming.
Luke's trying to get on the back of one there. Sometimes it's easier to see if the waves from the back. Yeah, to go high. Oh, he's going high. It's got. Yeah, it's not really. I mean, that last wave from Phil would have sealed the heat if he's not already in the lead. It's always horrible when that happens and you catch the rail and you end up in a real awkward position in front of the wave. You usually get drilled by it. But I think Phil knows he's sailed pretty well this heat. I think he's got some good hits. So he's got almost 3 minutes left. I think he's cruising through this really. I think Luke, from what we can see now, needs to get some bigger set waves and just add to his wave score there. It's a lot better here for the judges at the Maze. The last competition at Ross and Iga, I mean, there were so many people out in the water and the competitors as well. It's very hard for the judges to make out who's who. I mean, they do a hell of a job in there, and you know, they put their heads down to write a score. They got to look up. They could miss something. Whereas when it's two out like this, you know exactly what they're doing. Oh, is it? Okay. So I was going to be man on man. So it's going to be man on man for and then so do a 4-man heat. No, it's two-man heats. Oh, so it'll be two-man heat. That's interesting. And a winners and losers final. So and 14. Tucker, we need to get some coffee in. Some whiskey. Do you have any whiskey the other day? We need something. I still haven't de-rigged my kit. Yeah, lovely wave from Phil there. Again. Oh. So it will be Somerville and Meldrum in the first semi. They are sharing a room together, and they've been doing some kind of like a kiddie, young 20s-ish podcasty thing. Have you been following that? Quite interesting, some of the stuff they're saying. I mean, and then it'll be whoever wins this, which at the moment is definitely looking in Phil's favour, against Ben Page. So there'll be two 14-minute heats because, you know, it's quite fluky out there. So then and then another 2 heats because we get the winners final and the losers final. Right. Oh, we've got some scores here. What? Oh yes. So Phil's got 3 waves, 6.5, 6 and 6.75. And 4 waves so far for Luke, 2, a 2, a 2 and a 4.5. So the best 2 counts. So he's got Luke's score is 6.5 total and Phil's is, well, it's 13.75. 14, yeah, combo. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, it's heat's over, 15 seconds. It's Phil's heat. There'll be heat. I don't know if there'll be a heat break now if they're going into the other one. We'll see. There's plenty of light out there. It looks a little bit, you know, dull on the old cameras, but that's because it's pointing into the light a little bit. It's you know, plenty bright enough out there. Willie Angus doing an amazing job with his team here and the camera crew here. Willie, in the middle of trying to run this, everyone's vans they thought they could drive down here. They all got stuck. He's been towing them all out. Jim Brooks and Purvey, brought his massive sprinter down, got stuck, got towed out. So if you ever need a 4x4, one of the nice things about the maze is if you do have a 4x4, you can actually drive your kit down to the beach and get on it. For those who don't, it's about a 10-minute walk each way with your kit. So it's quite a mission.
Okay, so current update on the conditions, 14-degree temperature, wind direction south at 15 knots with a 1.7 metre wave swell. Yeah, so I mean, plenty good enough conditions for wave riding. And head judge has decided, rightly I think, to keep them as two-man heats. It's way better for filming, and also gives the riders more opportunities to pick off the waves, as opposed to having 4 men on the water, when, you know, makes it much harder to get the right waves. So we will be doing 2 more heats and then a losers and a winners final. So first up will be Rory Somerville and Lucas Meldrum. Yeah, Young Guns heat. Rory's up against it now. I mean, they're both on fire, but this will be a very high level heat. We've got 1 heat break before this happens, so go get yourself a cup of tea or a glass of beer. Yeah, and yeah, we'll be right back to you. Hope you're enjoying the Tiree Wave Classic.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
O'Shea clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
O'Shea clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
Okay, we're back on. So 4 men left in the contest. First heat of those 2 heats before we go into a losers and winners final is Lucas Meldrum and Rory Somerville, sorry. So Rory in yellow vest, Lucas in the white vest. That's Lucas on your screen there now. There he goes. Look, he's throwing the fins out the back of the wave again. Judges will like that. That wave just petered out there, so just 2 turns. And Rory Somerville. Oh, where are we? Where's he gone? There he is. Rory, we missed that hit, but he's going super vertical into that. That would have been a high scoring hit if he'd have pulled it off. This is what I mean. His style is like angle of attack into the wave is just what the judges want to see. You know, that is going to score maximum points, going up really vertical, so drawing a line where he comes right out in front of the wave and then sends the board straight back up into the lip. A little bit late on that one, but he's definitely got the right angle of attack. It's what the judges want to see. Okay, Lucas on his second wave now. Didn't take him long to pick that one up. Moving around really quickly. Little hit there. Yeah, he probably won't get too many scores. There's the little backside tag, and that's the end of that one for him. So yeah, no big scores yet on the boards. Both riders making a few mistakes on these waves. So yeah, pros men's single elimination. We're down to the top 4 here in Tyree. Head judge Adrian doing a great job, pushing on through. Never know what you're going to get tomorrow. Rory's seen something there. You can see that on the drone. Looking like could be a nice wave. Plenty of wall looking on this one. Didn't want it. I didn't want it because I think it'd already broken, so he'd lost a bit of scoring potential. He's going to go for a foamy one. That wave before making the water a little bit foamy. Yeah, just getting a nice first turn. Second little climb onto the foam there. Pumping, milking the inside section. So I'd say that's probably the best wave of the heat so far. Most completed. No mistakes made on that one anyway. Lucas flying around on his 5.0 and 82 litre board. Conditions really suit these 2 sailors. Don't seem to have any problem getting around. And I think the head judges increased the heat duration to 14 minutes. So just giving Yeah, giving them an extra 2 minutes as well. Yeah, 9 minutes left. So Rory, not a Tyree local, but lives here. I think his dad's got a place here on Tyree, so obviously knows the spot pretty well. Be great to see him take this. Not that I'm biased or anything, but it's always nice if a local can clinch the victory. Just a bit of a foam climb there, get hang up. Yeah, he's not going to get any points for that really. Just getting hung up on that turn. He's going to keep going on it though. The reform there. Well, you'd hope that wouldn't go into his top 2 wave scores, but you never know. Yeah, Lucas having a bit of a slower heat here. I don't know whether it's just, yeah, maybe hasn't had the right wave selection. Plenty of time left yet though. Looking around, what's he got? He's pretty late on this one. No, kick off the back of that. Yeah. There we got the 2 riders on the split screen there. Always good to do that. One from the drone, one from the land. Looks like Lucas is going to be first up. Opening up with a lovely hit there. Cat-like climbing up to the top of the wave. Yeah, it's gone a bit soft on him now. Just trying to stay with it. On that inside bowl, and gosh, yeah, I mean, you know, that's pretty much all he could have done on that wave, and then just coming back round, the last little tag backside, and another little hit, which actually quite a nice finish to the wave as well. That was probably best wave of the heat so far, I would say. Rory coming upwind. Well, he's going to find it hard to get any scoring potential from this, really. Or white water. I mean, you do get points for hitting the white water, but it's obviously not going to be as much if you're on the open face. And certainly, like Lucas's last wave, the way, you know, really goes, attacks the bowl, goes quite vertical into it as well. Both sailors showing, you know, a really good display of how wave riding should be done. It would be nice to see some manoeuvres. I don't know if they're just taking it easy, maybe saving it for the final. So no scores coming through for us. Just a guess that Lucas's last wave would be the highest scoring wave. So just giving him the edge. Always hard to know how high to go on your scores when you're judging. You know what to expect, because if someone does bust out 360 or tacker, you know, along with a few turns, you know, they have to leave the scale a little bit open. So I'd say the scores are probably in the 6-point range at the moment. Not quite as black and white as when you're judging a jump, you know, when you see a high clean jump landed, you know that's pretty much all they can do, so it's easier just to put your score in accurately. So Rory Somerville fighting for a place into the winners final at the Tiree Wave Classic. 5 minutes to go. Plenty of board speed there. What's he got? What's he seen? Alright, split screen on the left there, Rory on the right there, Lucas. I think Rory's going to be first up to score. They're both, oh no, wrong, Lucas is. They're both going to be on a wave at the same time. Yeah, it's a bit of a bit of a fat one there. Rory tacked off his, so we're just sticking with Lucas. Don't think that's going to go into the top scores. Very kind of had a nice flow to it. The beginning of the wave was a bit fat, didn't really bowl up for him. Now back to Rory. Didn't like it, driving out of that one. Good work, be patient. Yeah, I would say Lucas is probably a little bit ahead. Yeah, I would say he's had the best wave, but I mean 3.5 minutes to go. You never know till the end. I mean, he's not far ahead. That's the thing, you know. He might be a couple of points ahead, but Rory's that is a nice wave coming. If he tacks now, there you go. Tacked onto that one. This one could be a high scoring potential. See what he's got. Looking over his shoulder. Coming upwind. Here he goes. Bottom turn. Up into the section. It's a little bit stuck. It is quite fat on the high tide, so most points scored is when it bowls up on the inside. Nothing sensational about that, really. I mean, did the best he could on it. Yeah, Rory's busy.
So far.
So we've got some scores coming through. Let's have a quick look at this. Give you a bit of an update. So yellow jersey. Yeah, as I thought, like the highest wave score for Rory is a 5.5, and then he's got, that was his second wave. He's got a 3.5. This tight heat, we got a 5.5 from Meldrum and a 5. So yeah, like I thought, 2 points behind. With 4 waves scored for Meldrum and 4 scored for Rory. So tight heat, 2 points in it. Like I said, they're leaving room on their scale for something a little bit more radical. So Rory, not that you know this, but you're going to have to do something pretty special. I know he's got the potential. Is he going to get any more chances? That's the thing. Meldrum super consistent. It's all or nothing for Rory. Meldrum on the inside there. That's a nice looking bowl. Yeah. That's not going to increase his scores. So 45 seconds left. Probably the last wave for Rory. Pumping into that. Looks like a nice clean one. Again, it's a bit fat. A bit lacklustre. Well, good effort, but I would have to say it is not going to be enough. And with the scores sent to me from the first 4 waves, I don't think any change has happened in the scores. I won't say that as a definitive result, but it's looking very much like Lucas Meldrum is taking the first semi-final, which will put him into the winners' final, so he'll be stoked with that. Everyone wants to lift the sword, the Tyree sword. Good job, Lucas. Okay, well, next up. Yeah, so Phil Horrocks and Ben Page will be the next semi-final. 2-man on the water again. Could go either way. Probably put my money on Horrocks. He's a seasoned professional. as opposed to the Doctor. Obviously he's put a lot of time on the water to get to this level. Sailed with Ben quite a bit in Cornwall. Good sailor. Phil from Ross Niger. Travels around a lot. Phil, I was talking to him earlier in the week, saying that he tries to get away. Done a few trips to Ireland, Maharotti. Said he's had some of the best sailing of late up in Maharotti, northwest coast of Ireland, which absolutely fires. Both the Mullen brothers and Katie McKenna living up there. Red Bull Storm Chase was held there, the last one we did. So between Ross Niger, South Africa, Ireland, Phil Horrocks has been putting the hours in. Comes down to Cornwall occasionally as well. He told me his brother now lives down there, so he comes down when there's a forecast. Had Gwythian quite good in the winter. So just waiting for the next heat to come up. Just about to start. Yeah. Okay, in the rash vest, Ben Page green, Phil Horrocks white. Okay, we are running, we are in sequence. Just trying to track the riders. Here they are, being patient out there.
First place, Lucas Meldrum. Second place, Louis Somerville.
Oh, that's Phil Horrocks. Bit of a slow start with that one, Phil. So just had the results official, yes. It was Lucas Meldrum winning that heat against Rory Somerville. So good job, Rory. Goes into the losers final. See if he can secure third place, get on the podium. And Lucas will be going to winners final, fighting for first and second. First or second. That's Ben Page in your picture now. And Rory behind, coming in after his heat. Ben Page on the Goya, picking that one up, just dropping into that. Bit lacklustre that. Going behind the rock there, couldn't quite see that hit. Looks like he had connection with the lip, just the way that the board changed direction. Tacks out of that one. So yeah, no significant scores on the board yet. Just 2 minutes into the heat. Very different conditions to we had 2 days ago. You could barely stand up on the beach 2 days ago. And now they're just slowly making their way around. Float and ride, we call it. There we go. Phil Horrocks on the simmer sail. Coming in, he's picked out a nice looking swell there. One behind him as well. I don't know if he's looking at that, but he's short. There he is, he's seen it. A short interval swell, it's quite hard to see. Get on one, might look over your shoulder and think you're on the wrong one. Exactly what Phil's done. Here it is. Good board speed. Waiting for the wave to jack up a bit. Just letting his hand off the power there. Having a look around. This is saying this is my... No, he didn't like it. So it looked like it was going to be a good wave and then just sort of backed off. Yeah, it's the high tide, you know, it's full now, although it has dropped out for an hour or so, but it's still quite a lot of water. There goes Ben Page, bottom turning, if we can pull across to him. Just a little set up turn. Driving up to the top. Not the most radical conditions, but best rider always wins. Oh, we just missed that last turn there. I think that looked like quite a decent wave. I like the second turn. He sort of put a bit more grunt into the turn, redirection of the board, bit of spray. So Phil Horrocks hunting for a wave. 10 minutes left on the clock. What's Phil got? He's thinking, is this the one? Looking behind him. Wants to rack some points up, so he's going to go for it. Or is he? Not sure. Little set up turn. Staying high on the wave to get the board speed. Little foam climb. Another tag on the white water. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's making the most of the conditions, but I wouldn't have thought he'd score much more than 3 points for that. So, yeah, I'd say Ben Page has got the best wave at the moment, the highest wave score anyway. Don't know about the accumulative scores, but Phil has been patient. He's waited for the waves, but it's quite often the way. Sometimes they just don't sort of go your way, they don't jack up, and still got a bit of time left. You can see how sort of light the wind is from the drone there. Almost looks glassy on the inside. And there's not a lot of power to these waves right now, so quite difficult to throw buckets. Needs a really good technique. There we go, Ben Page, bottom turns. Just bouncing off the chop there. Well, I'm sort of thinking in the back of my mind, will he carry on? I don't know. I don't know if he'd leave. Would he leave the finals for another day?
What would you do?
Yeah. A few comments from the tower saying maybe he should, because there's a lot at stake. And for sure the boys would prefer to have better conditions than this. Right, Phil Horrocks on your screen now, coming in. Let's hope this wave does something for him. Definitely got the ability, just needs the canvas to perform on. Yeah, it's tricky. You see, there's not really a lot you can do with waves like that. You'll be getting frustrated now. Obviously the head judge is going to keep this one. They've had, you know, plenty of waves, plenty of options, but not really anything that they can show their full ability on. No, Ben Page coming in there on the Goya, the green rash vest. Phil Horrocks on his way out. There you go, Ben Page initiates a rail, throws a bit of spray. This one's nice, that was a nice turn, and finds that last section. That is a good scoring wave from Ben Page. He'll be happy with that. Saw a little nod there, stoked with that one. That's what they want, power, speed, flow. Horrocks on a wave. No, he's not, from my point of view, he's not getting the right steep waves. It's the wave selection that's letting him down.
Go back to
trying his hardest, but you know, that last wave from Page is definitely a keeper. See if we can get some scores sent through. Be interesting to know. I mean, I think, my point of view, that Ben Page is ahead. So 5 minutes left. Yeah, just checking the scores here, see if there's any updates on the scores. Doesn't look like we do, so just going to have to go with my sort of prediction that Ben Page is ahead of Horrocks, I would say, especially for that last wave. Don't know what you think at home. Always hard to know what the judges, whether they see it differently to you.
Phil driving off a wave there. As you might have heard, Lucas got through to the final, leaving Rory for the semi-final. So it's dusk out there now. I think high tide just comes, so the tide's starting to go out a bit, so it might change the nature of the waves a little bit going out there. But it still looks really, really quite light. Ben's out there waiting out back for a swell to come in. I think, yep, we've got 3 minutes on the clock, and they're downwind a little bit, so they're a bit more sheltered there, and it's very much about wave selection at the moment in this heat. I was just chatting to Ben's dad actually. Ben's, as I said, he's a doctor. He's had to take unpaid leave to be up here, so I'm hoping that he's happy with how he's getting on and he's enjoying the week. Like myself, got a bit of unpaid leave as a teacher, so thanks anyone teaching my lessons today and tomorrow, and anyone covering for Ben. And what a great result for him to get to the semi-finals, and he'll be looking to get through to the final here. So as we're waiting out the back here. Yeah. So the idea is to keep after this. So this is a second semi-final. Then we would go to the winners' final usually, and then there would be the losers' final. Phil's he's racing down there. He's picked up a really nice swell, a lot of board speed. Look at that, look at that, that's lovely. Can you get back into the pocket? He gets into the pocket, but bit of that's sort of like when you can't get the rail back in to project you out, that happens there. And another one there, he's hitting the white water, but he's not getting the speed off it like he normally would like.
Yeah, Clyde, I mean, to be brutally honest, he mistimed that, and that was his chance. He's got 1 minute left in the heat. We still haven't any scores through from the judge tower. They asked for some of them to be text through, which is why I was not on air. But yeah, Horrocks isn't really on fire, and that last wave from Page, the best wave from Page, I would have thought, you know, a couple of really nice hits into the bowl. It's put him ahead. That's my opinion. We'll find out in a minute. Could that be Ben Page going into the winners' final. There'll be a lot of fighting going on in the double elimination if that is the case. Ben Page again going up vertically into the pocket. Another little turn there from Ben. Yeah, I mean, not sure if that will go into his top two. And Phil Horrocks, the dying seconds of the heat. What's he got? Well, that might help Phil, but I'm not really sure their backup scores, so I couldn't say for sure. But I would have thought that Ben Page has had the highest wave score of the heat. Didn't see too much special, not much special from Phil Horrocks. Not the best heat from him. We'll wait for the judges to tell us the final scores. Yeah, I mean, normally we have one heat break now. Before, we've got to wait for the winner to get back upwind. We have a drink and some refreshments before they send him back out, if they continue with the competition. Keep you posted.
Yeah, a bit better. Go on, say again.
What's the result though? Okay, quick update. We haven't had the scores through yet, but the update is that they are going to carry on. There'll be a heat break before they go into the losers final and then the winners final. We will have an ad break, but we're all thinking it's Page with that best wave. I thought Horrocks had the chance on his last wave and didn't take it really. So we're going to go to an ad break and get back to you.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
O'Shea clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful. Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
So, Nigel, we are just finished the second of the semi-finals. Just run me through the results, can you, here, so we can show the viewers what's going on.
Yeah, it was a big upset that round, but I think that Phil really just mistimed the way that would have saved him at about 6 minutes. Phil Horrocks just got knocked out by Ben Page, and so it's all to play for now. We've got a winners final that's going to be Lucas Meldrum and Ben Page, and a losers final that's going to be deciding who's third and fourth will be Somerville and Horrocks. So, yeah, big upsets here. These boys will be hoping for a double elimination, but that could be the score.
I know I can see Andy Page over there. So Andy Page, come here quickly. I know that. Okay, well, you're on the live stream here. This is Andy Page.
Hi there.
On,
and out there is a boy on a pink sail who is going to have an awful shock in a minute. And are you going to tell him, or shall I tell him?
No, I think you've got to tell him.
Come on,
I can't get my camera that far because the signal goes, but you go tell him that. Well, there we are. So, and the other person I've got here is, I've also got Dave Horrocks again. Dave, what do you think Phil will be thinking now? Where did he lose that?
Do you know what, I think he'll actually be quite pleased that someone's beaten him. I think it's about time. It's about time some other lads started beating him. So yeah, I mean, he'll obviously be disappointed with the heat, but Ben sailed really well. And, you know, that's the result we called up on the beat, up on the headland here. We thought Ben sailed well and deserved it. So
great,
well done, Ben.
Well done. Yeah, let's see a good final, but doubles still to come, right? So
yeah,
all to play for.
He'll be extra amped for the double.
You'll be extra amped for the double. So, and then the last person I've got to chat to is Rory Somerville, who is on the live stream. You're going into the losers final.
Yes.
It's kind of harsh to call it a losers final.
Exactly. We're
all
winners.
They call it the petite final.
Petite final.
Yeah.
I actually prefer losers final.
No, petite final.
I'm wham. I'm not petite.
No, it'd be small final, you idiot. Anyway, there we go.
I'm a man of culture.
So look, it's getting dusky. It's getting quite dark. We've been here before. We've sailed right into the dark.
Yeah.
What do you reckon? You're going to pull it off today?
Yeah, we're fine. I mean, that's the benefit of the windsurfing industry moving to luminous sails for everyone. We can keep going until it's pitch black out here and you'll be fine. The headlights on us, we'll be sorted.
Put headlights on you. There we go. What's Robin? Were you going to tell me something? Oh no. So we now have 8 minutes to the start of the next heat. Everyone is gearing up here, getting quite excited. Robin's going to say something to me.
We've just finished for the day.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Head judge decided that the conditions have got too light, and so it's just confirmed. That's us for the day.
So there we are. We're not going to finish the single elimination today. This is it. We are over. We are out. Thank you from Elevate West crew. Thank you from Duncan. Thank you, Duncan.
Definitely
commentary. Amazing. What do you think of today? Sum it up for me.
I think the boys did well. You know, it's like not easy conditions, but you know there were conditions on offer to score points. Good to see an underdog beat Phil Horrocks in that semi-final. So congrats to Ben Page. Sorry. Yeah, let's see what happens tomorrow. I'm sure we'll have some good conditions. And hope everyone stays tuned to watch the finals.
Watch the finals. Watch the AMs. Watch the double elimination. Clyde, you've been sitting there doing some commentary for us. How was that for you?
It's really interesting. That setup there is amazing, and actually seeing it from there, and it's really actually insightful. Like, I'm just trying to work out in terms of the overall here. Phil won in Rossniger, but Ben's just beaten him now. Ben came 5th in Rossniger, so Ben's now potentially in 3rd place here, or maybe 1st. He could get 1st. So it still's in Phil's favour, but it's a lot closer. So it's maybe Ben's actually could be in a chance if Phil he needs to rely on other people like Bubble and Coxie to come up and knock Phil down potentially. But it's going to be a close one, and tomorrow I think could be really, really good. So make sure you tune in, watch it all day, and we'll see you then.
Cheers, thank you. So there we are. We are signing out from the maze today. This is the crew here, just showing everybody the crew. There's Ben, there's Luke, there's Shano, and there's John Isaacson. Whoops, we are saying good night until tomorrow morning. I'm sure we'll be up live early.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
O'Shea clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.